Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Town of Grimsby Council to order for Monday, October 4th, 2021. First off, could everyone rise to the playing of the national anthem? Niagara Region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Atewendid-Ronk, the Haudenosaunee, and Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality of Niagara and the town of Grimsby stands with all Indigenous peoples, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Are there any disclosures of interest, Council? Seeing none, I have a short announcement just before the approval of the agenda. We'd like to remind Council and the public that West Lincoln Memorial Foundation has announced it's Building a Healthy Community campaign launch on October 6, 2021. An online campaign launch event is scheduled on October 6 at 3 p.m. via Zoom. Community members are invited to celebrate the community of support, unveil the campaign progress, and learn about the building project status. More details and registration for the event can be found on the Foundation's website. Now moving to the approval of the agenda. Need a mover and seconder, and are there any changes? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to, on Committee of the Whole minutes for September the 7th, if I could lift report it's resolution CW 21-265 to do with the appointment of auditors. I'd like to talk about that. I was away at that meeting.
All right, so noted. Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I also would like to lift the report CW-21-269, the COVID vaccination policy, for discussion.
So noted. Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I also wanted to lift report CW 21-270, also, which is under correspondence, which is also related to what Councillor Cadwell wanted to debate or relook at. So I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing or not. Both of them is about COVID, the COVID vaccine. So I see CW 21-270. as the one that I want to lift.
All right, that's noted. So
Thank
we
you.
need a mover and seconder to approve the council agenda as amended. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of October 4th, 2021 be approved as amended. All in favor?
Point of order, Mayor Jordan, how can we approve this if we're going to be lifting these items to talk about them? How can we have this vote already? Don't we have to vote on the individual items to see if they'll be lifted, then have discussion? And then if there's changes, then we move forward?
Yeah, just. All right, the clerk will clarify for it. Thank you, Councillor Ritchie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So all the lifting should have been done in under number 6, but we did it right now. So what we're approving right now is the approval of the agenda. And when we get to number 6, all the requests for the lift will have separate resolutions.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Sarah.
Mayor Jordan, it's a break. There seems to be a very tinny, echoey sound coming from council. Can we do something with the quality of the sound? I'm not sure if I'm the only one hearing the kind of echoey sound.
Okay. I think it was because both the clerk and myself were unmuted.
Okay.
So I think that's where you're picking that up.
Okay, good, thanks.
Yes.
So I'll read the resolution again. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of October 1st or 4th, 2021 be approved as amended. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to adoption of the previous minutes, and there were, as we found out in the approval of the agenda, some wanted to be lifted. So the first one is CW 21-265. So need a mover and seconder, and then we'll discuss. Councillor Cadwell, do you want to move?
No, sorry, well, I'll support it, but sorry, Mayor Jordan. I just want to lift the, also a report from the September 27th committee of the whole. Well, when the time is right, thank you.
Point of order, please, Mayor. I think we passed the agenda with the lifted motion, so no further motions, no further items can be lifted. Is that correct?
I'll just get clarification from the clerk. Sarah?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've approved on the approval of the agenda, but lifting and adoption of the minutes should still be allowed because that is the next item, the item up for discussion right now.
Sorry, clerk, could you confirm then that additional items can continue to be lifted?
So we approved the order of the agenda, so we're not changing or deferring any of the specific motion, but right now, as we are under the adoption of previous minutes, that agenda item, any agenda items from the minutes can be lifted right now.
Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I just want, are we lifting 21-265 now, or I think you'd already looked for a seconder or first to move it?
Yes, we're voting on that now.
Yeah, okay, so I'll vote in favor of lifting it.
Point of clarification, what is the topic that we're lifting here? Is this the financial report auditor?
That's correct.
I'll second that.
I have Councillor Cadwell as the mover and Councillor Dunstall as the seconder, so I can read the resolution. Moved by Counselor Cadwell, second by Counselor Dunstall. Resolved that the resolution number CW 21-265 of the Committee of the Whole minutes September 7th, 2021 be lifted for separate consideration. Do a recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
Yes.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, discussion on the lifted minutes. Counselor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wondering if there was a report from staff, or could staff give us a report on this and why it was, I just wonder what the issue was. So it looks pretty standard. So wondering if staff could give us a fulsome report on Grant Thornton and what, what the costs are and what would want us to vote it down, I guess. Curious.
Melanie or
Thank
Harry?
you, Mayor Jordan. So through you, Mayor Jordan, I can provide a brief overview. Since this was a few weeks ago since that we looked at this issue, I can remind everyone what it is we were asking for. So staff is looking for support to extend our current audit services agreement for 2 years before we go back to market to see if it's worthy of changing providers. I brought this report forward for consideration because I felt it was my responsibility to identify where the town should be prioritizing its efforts over the next 2 years. And I felt that there was an opportunity to reappoint our current auditors to allow staff and the town to focus on recovery from the pandemic and some other large initiatives instead of potentially transitioning to a new auditor while we're recovering from the pandemic. I do want to acknowledge that I fully support open procurement and in that process. I think the premise for this report is that, going to market, you need to make sure that you're ready to support the transition should the award go that way. And right now, I don't currently feel that that would be in the best interest of the town to transition. Issuing an audit RFP is fairly standard. I would agree. Those are standard services provided across the market. The larger piece of work here is really the time for staff to invest in transitioning to a new auditor, remote work, getting the new auditors up to speed on all financial policies and processes. We have established a lot of those current pieces with our current auditor, and I think that staff would benefit from that time not being needed to be spent in the next 12 months in reinvesting that in a transition. There may or may not be some cost difference if we were to go to open market. I can't speculate on what that would look like, but the direct cost of the audit is just one component to consider, and the staff time. Oftentimes at senior levels and beyond just finance, sometimes it can be directors in other divisions that are responsible for providing context and feedback to the auditors is also important to consider. With a continued focus on recovery from the pandemic and a significant strategic and priority projects on the horizon, including new grant funding being applied for, our requirement to identify and develop some financial policies and framework, as well as our results continuing to be unique because we're just not seeing the same revenue streams and the same expenses as a result of the pandemic. I didn't feel that staff could undertake an audit transition without sacrificing other key work. And I felt that that was more valuable to the town in the short term. So given these items, as I've just outlined, and the fact that Grant Thornton is a reputable firm that supports many organizations of similar size to Grimsby in the municipal sector and often for more than 10 years, in addition to the fact that Grant Thornton provided us with only inflationary increases on their service, which in my opinion still makes them competitive from their original quote. I did think this was appropriate to bring forward to council for consideration as I felt that there could be value from the town by extending this agreement for 2 years, 2 years being 2021 and 2022 financial years. So that's my opinion and the recommendation that I've included in the report.
Thank you. I think that was well said, and that would probably cost us money if we decided to go to the marketplace, and cost staff a lot of time. So I think we should support our staff in this situation. So I'll be voting in favor of this. Thank you, Melanie, for a great report.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. If Councillor Dunstall had the opportunity to review the transcript or the video of that meeting, some of the comments that I made, I'll restate them and my concerns with this proposal. But if you'd like to have a more fulsome review of my comments, please feel free to go back to the September 7th video transcript. And looking at the actual report that came with that agenda, the concerns that I raised were that we're going back to having a sole source contract to 2015. It has not been out to tender since that time. The amount that was originally for the first 3-year term from 15 to 17 was 136,700, but actually came in over cost by 3,000. It was renewed without council approval, just automatically 2018 with no, it did not go through council for staff, just reapproved it for another 3-year term for 2018 to 2020 at a cost of 149,300, but actually it came in at 195,775 for a cost difference of 46,475. And this report is now asking us to do an extension for 2 years for another 106,725. The cumulative value of this contract is we're looking at $400,000 to $500,000 now that Grant Thornton's receiving on this contract. And my feeling is that also there seems to have been some arrangements made with Grant Thornton for staff to provide additional supports and information to help assist with the audit, and those costs, those in-kind and staff support things in this report are key to getting a discount deal from Grant Thornton. So the concerns that I had was there shouldn't have been previous negotiation prior to this discussion with Grant Thornton, and there was where they negotiated discounts and workload and different types of arrangements. I just had a concern that when we go out, that we should follow our proper procurement process for an open procurement. I think that how we manage this through COVID, we can use that as a factor with holding back. But I think also that staff are fully prepared to help any auditor who comes forward because of the arrangement they've already made with Grant Thornton to do the background work anyway. So I think that going to procurement is open procurement is giving other firms an opportunity to compete. We may find that apples to apples, because you have to give the same RFP requirements to a competing party that you're giving to Grant Thornton. So if you've arranged a deal with them to help and assist in certain prep work, then that would have to be formulated as part of the RFP as well. So I think I just feel that rolling this forward, considering the high value and the length of time without a competitive process, to me is not open and transparent, and does not, the council doesn't necessarily in the public eye have that perception. So I'm just concerned, and I'd like to see this as an open procurement process. And again, most of my comments were at that previous meeting. So thank you.
Melanie?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just wanted to add one piece to help with the information. So I just want to be clear with council that there was no negotiation with Grant Thornton. In order to provide this report, we simply asked them to provide us a quote based on the services they were already providing. They in turn asked us to clarify if we wanted to break out the financial statement component, simply because they know that that's something that we're working towards being able to provide on our own. And I said, yeah, if you could quote that separately, that would be great. We've made no commitment to them, and should council direct us to do an open procurement, we would be able to do that. I just wanted to have it noted that we did not negotiate with them. Their quote was provided simply based on the fact that they understood what audit services were required. And we had no back and forth. We didn't debate. We didn't commit to any services as a result of receiving that quote.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I think that it's good practice, good business practice for us to go at this point in time to an RFP. I mean, Melanie mentioned that, there's a cost attached to going for an RFP. Is that cost going to outweigh the potential savings that we might have by going to another auditor? I mean, Councillor Dunstall has obviously assumed that the cost of going to an RFP is going to be a lot less than going out to tender and getting another accountant. So, I mean, I think the thing is, we don't know that. We don't know the answer to that. So, Melanie, maybe you can tell, what kind of cost are you talking about if we don't go to an RFP, or if we do go to an RFP?
Thank you, Councillor Frick, for the question. It's a good question. And again, I can give you kind of some ranges in my professional opinion on how these services work. Audit services are generally, in my opinion, when you're just looking for standard audit reports, standard process, a standard number of entities, which is what we've requested, they are pretty close to commodity type services. There's lots of firms that can provide them. The market's fairly competitive. And we're looking at about just a little bit over $50,000 a year contract. And that's the direct cost. I would suggest that staff time to transition to a new auditor would be at least 5 to 10% of that. And now that would not be incremental costs because staff are already being paid on salary, but it would divert their efforts from other things to support that transition, which could easily be between $5,000 and $10,000 in staff time. And I wouldn't suggest that for this type of an audit, for this type of a service, that you would receive that kind of a discount in direct costs. I can't say for certain, that's just my professional opinion. And if we went to market, we would obviously play that out. But that's part of the reason I made the recommendation I did, because Grant Thornton's, while it has absolutely, Councillor Bothwell is 100% correct, it's been 6 years that we've had this agreement, and we're requesting to extend it to the 8 years with the 2-year extension. Throughout those years, Grant Thornton really has only been giving us inflationary increases over what their original bid was. Some of the additional costs in 2018 to 2020 were related to some unique items that went on at the town, particularly related to the sale of 1938427 Ontario Inc. There was a lot of extra work and different pieces associated with that. And that's what those extra charges were. It wasn't extra charges for our standard audit services. And you can see that in 2020, they basically charged us exactly what they quoted us. And that was a standard year. And that's what we're proposing would occur in 2021 and 2022. So hopefully that helps a little bit. I can't guarantee exactly what the staff time costs would be and what the potential savings could be from going to market. But given the fact that this was a competitive bid with only inflationary increases, I would suggest the direct costs may be minor and the staff time would outweigh it, which is why I made the recommendation I did in the report.
So at some point in time, we're going to have to go to tender. That cost, all we're doing is pushing that cost out there. I mean, we just can't go on forever and ever and ever and ever using the same auditor. I mean, that's what you're suggesting. It's in 6 years. Now we want to go to 8. I mean, I think that's a long time for any supplier, any contractor to be tied to the town. I don't think that's a very good business practice. It certainly wouldn't happen in the private sector. And I suggest we not do it here. I think we should go to an RFP. And I think it's wise for us as councillors and responsible for us as councillors to do that. So, I mean, I just think that we're just assuming too much here. And I think that we should go to tender now and let's get this in place. And there's going to be costs, yes, but we don't know if one cost is going to outweigh the other. And I think, once again, as I said, I think this is a good business practice, and I think we should do it and stop kicking the can down the road. So anyway, that's my opinion. I'm sure other councillors have different opinions, but I'll kick it back to Mayor Jordan. Thank you very much, Melanie.
Counselor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you, Melanie, for the report. As I did last time, I supported staff's recommendations, and I will continue, and I will support staff's recommendations on this item. I think I mentioned this last time. As a director with Grimsby Power Incorporated, we also just approved the auditor that they're using there, and also one of the reasons it was recommended by staff. The work they've been doing has been very good, but also GPI is now putting an application in for cost of services to the OEB, which entitles a lot of work. So I think that as directors from GPI, that was the right decision to be made, accepting and respecting what staff's wishes were for that company. And again, with Melanie's report, you brought up a lot of good, strong points, and so I will be supporting the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Counselor Bothwell, Counselor Johnston.
Your worship, I guess I want to reiterate what Councillor Cadwell said, that staff was give a fulsome report. I like to listen to staff and listen to their recommendations, especially during these unusual times with the pandemic. And I'm glad other councillors have different opinions. If we all had the same opinion, we wouldn't get anything done. It's good to have this debate and talk it through and listen to our staff. And that's what I'm doing tonight. I'm going to be voting in favor of moving ahead with the Grant Thornton audit.
Sorry, Counselor Vardy, then Counselor Bothwell.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Melanie. While I appreciate staff's report and staff's on this, I really do think that a competitive process, particularly in this kind of situation, is always is a good thing to do. I think 8 years with the same auditor with a competitive process reflects the kind of lazy approach to business, and maybe not as rigorous a one as I think I personally would like to see, and one that you would not ever see in the federal government. And with respect to Councillor Cadwell's comments, I don't think we can compare GPI to the town of Grimsby. Just because you took one staff report doesn't mean you accept all staff reports. Somehow I strongly doubt that GPI has used the same auditor for the last 8 years. And I'd be quite suspect in that case if they did. So as far as I'm concerned, what we want is best practice, and best practice would be a competitive process. And if we end up with the same auditors, great. If we end up with a better deal, even better. So this has got nothing to do with Grant Thornton or staff, but really what I think is best business practice and what my experience has been with, $1 million contracts in the federal government. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, for the second opportunity quickly. In the report, it also says their proposal indicated there would be no surprise or hidden fees, and additional work would require the town's approval, which provided certainty to the town in knowing the true cost of the audit. This is in 2015 in Melanie's report. So Melanie, the 49,000 that went over budget in 2018, maybe I'm missing it, but I don't recall that coming to council for approval. Do you know if that overage was presented to council at the time?
Thank you, Councillor Bothwell, through you, Mayor Jordan. I don't believe it would have been presented to council for approval. It might have been quoted in your annual audit report that they provide back to you in that they were charging additional fees. certainly they would have been discussed with staff. And in 2018 in particular, I do believe I've looked at the invoices and what's gone on there, and it was related to the sale that took place. And there was a lot of extra work that went on with that. And that was discussed, whether it be with council or just with staff, it was discussed in advance of them undertaking that work. So it was
Sorry, Melanie, just a point of clarification. If that was in 2018, there was no sale going on in 2018.
Sorry, just to clarify, Mayor Jordan, it was the 2018 financial statements that would have been occurring at the end of 2019.
Okay.
A lag there,
Thank
and
you.
it would have been subsequent disclosure.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. I just, I think that it says in the report here, and I would hope that when such a significant increase to what was expected in our budget, $50,000, that would come to council, not just be an approval by staff. So I just have that concern. The library also indicated that they had some concern with respect to the audit costs as it impacts them as well. So I think any open procurement we can get to try to help look at savings would be of benefit to them, because they have very, very tight budget as well. So you know, in your report as well, you talk about that they were going to offer 15% discount if a possible 15% reduction in fees if town staff were able to create enough capacity internally to prepare the financial statements. So I just want to make sure if we go for RFP, as was approved at the last council meeting, that again, like I said, apples to apples, and if there's these discussions behind the scenes, that everyone is upfront with what is going to be provided by staff, what supports are going to be provided, and those are all detailed extensively in the RFP. Thank you.
CAO Schling.
Yes, Mayor Jordan, if I may, there's a few comments like behind the scenes and lazy. I don't think that's appropriate. This has been an extraordinary 19 months. As Melanie has said, it's not just about the RFP. Yes, of course, at the year mark, we'll definitely go out for a full open RFP. That's not the point. This will impact every director, every operations when you if you potentially transition suppliers. So, and also being charged of billions of dollars in the private sector. Sometimes you extend agreements like this, and there was nothing behind the scenes. You know, it's a fair price. They've kept it steady without extraordinary amounts on the biodigester. And I just feel that, you know, the time that we need to transition, if that be the case, would be a real burden on the entire corporation, not just finance. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
I'd like to withdraw my mark about lazy. I apologize to you, Melanie, for that. But I do think that being busy and COVID is no reason to abandon good management practice. So I would just really like to hold to that. I feel very strongly about that. I recognize that from what you're saying, it's an additional burden on staff. However, I do think it is the responsible choice to make.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just a quick comment. I'm on a few town committees that do these kind of audited statements, and I'm on a few volunteer committees in the town. And some of them use Grant Thornton, and we're always pleased with this, with the service provided. We do approve the next year at the AGM of these committees. We approve the auditor for the following year, and I've seen them be approved without a lot of discussion. I think that based on staff's professional opinion, that this is kind of commodity type pricing, and that I think that it would be fair to extend the contract. Thanks.
All right, we just need a mover and seconder now. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Be it resolved that report FIN 21-25, appointment of auditors dated September 7th, 2021 be received, and that the firm Grant Thornton LLP Chartered Professional Accountants be appointed as the town auditor for an additional 2-year term representing fiscal years of 2021 and 2022, and that staff be directed to prepare the necessary bylaw. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell,
No.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frey,
Once again, no.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Once again, yes.
Counselor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's carried.
Yes. Being that the next two items that were lifted, number 269 and 270, deal with the same topic, so we're going to discuss them together. Need a mover and seconder to get it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Frey, second by Councillor Cadwell. And CAO, you had a presentation? Oh, we'll pass the resolution first and then moved by Councillor Frey, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that resolution CW 21-269 and CW 21-270 of the Committee of the Whole minutes of September 7th, 2021 be lifted for separate consideration. All in favor? That's
Yes.
carried.
Oh, we have a recorded vote, please?
Sure. Recorded vote requested by Councillor Ritchie.
Counselor Bothwell,
Sorry, I was just looking at the actual items in the agenda. Yes.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frey,
Yes.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
No.
Counselor Sharp,
No.
Counselor Vane,
No.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
Yeah.
Mayor Jordan, if Councillor Cadwell wanted to go first, that's okay. I mean, I don't know what he had to say, but I wouldn't. I thought,
I think he's waived that it's okay. He's deferring
yeah, I
to.
didn't want to override Councillor Cadwell. Council, thank you so much for the opportunity. I was thinking that this might be pulled, so I did some preparatory work. Next slide, Peter. Since the September 7th Committee of the Whole meeting and the decision leading out of that from Council, I did do a lot of work at the entire corporate leadership team on an environmental scan of what's going on in the province, regionally, and in other municipalities. We looked at some workplace safety obligations, and I wanted to share what we're thinking of from a Made in Grimsby policy, not a made in region or made anywhere else, but suitable to the Grimsby employees. What I'm talking about here is just the employees. I'm not talking about council or committee members. I'm just talking about the employees' vaccination policy, and then some next steps. So we don't have a union here, but we do have what we call liaison committees. So I meet with them on contract negotiations, things we need to do to improve the employee relations. And I met with a group of the leaders of those teams. There's about 10 across management, salary and hourly groups. And after the meeting, it was a couple of days after the meeting, and a significant majority, 8 or 9 of the 10, really feel that as a CAO, I should roll out a staff vaccination policy. I also met with all the department heads, and I'm talking just town department heads, not the library, because they have their own board. and all of us 100% agree. By just management, by walking around and people telling us and getting a good pulse, nothing that we're doing as leaders, but just staff being open with us and on what, how they feel. We've got about 90 to 95% for people double vaccinated already. Again, this isn't factual, it's just anecdotal and by people talking to us. So what we're dealing with is a small minority of less than probably, I think, 5% of our staff. Public health has recently recommended all workplaces, not just public sector, but private sector, promote a staff vaccination policy. And where the province have mandated vaccination passport for specific indoor spaces, it's not sitting right with us as staff that our staff do not. So for example, in the rec center, if people are coming in, we're checking to make sure they're double vaxxed, but yet some of the staff inside may, not have to be double vaxxed. And some of the patrons are asking us those questions. So we reviewed a number of policies across the province. 12 of 13 municipalities have either in Niagara have either rolled out or are rolling out very shortly. Once you're double vaxxed, unless you're showing symptoms, you don't have to go for ongoing testing. That's even in the most critical care at the province or at the region. So once you're double vaxxed and you're not showing any symptoms, there's not any ongoing tests. We talked to a couple pharmacies of what costs would be and the time required to get people tested. So we have a good handle of that. We talked to 2 local pharmacies, so we've got some research on that. Next slide. So as your CAO and responsible, your only employee really representing all 250 or 300 if you include the volunteer firefighters, I have to go beyond the Occupational Safety Act where it says take every precaution possible to protect the health and safety of the workers. I need to go beyond that and demonstrate much more than that. And that's why I feel strongly to look at a staff vaccination policy that's suitable. Don't change the slide yet, Peter. That's suitable for our Grimsby staff. I mean, our staff have done some extraordinary things over the last 18 to 19 months. So I feel that the policy we would have would be one more that we would work with staff. We wouldn't talk about termination. We'd actually work with staff and try and help support them either move forward to get vaccinated or get their testing. So we really feel that our staff have gone the extra mile the last 19 months. So I don't want to be so punitive with staff that we need to work with. Next slide. So the policy at a glance that we'd be promoting in Grimsby is it applies to all employees, full and part-time, and then new employees entering the organization. Our volunteer firefighters, which have to go through a number of other checklists to be a volunteer firefighter, so this wouldn't be a burden. Individual contractors that provide some programming to us, like fitness instructors that are providing some classes within the rec centers and senior centers. There would be a disclosure of the vaccination status, and then we provide the necessary exemptions and very much support any privacy requirements. We're recommending rolling out if council agrees with this week. And then the vaccination disclosure by the October 18th, and then proof of first dose October 29th and proof of second dose November 29th. Next slide. Again, remembering that we are not going to back off any of the day-to-day protocol of social distancing and masking within our staff. This policy does not say, okay, no longer will we have to mask and social distance and take every precaution possible beyond the vaccination. So when we're dealing with those, what I would think is probably less than 15 employees that perhaps aren't tested today, we would work with them more in education. We'd meet with them, try and work with them. The last thing would be disciplinary action. We would help support them and provide financial assistance up until November 29th when we're looking for that second dose, and really try and work with them and identify ways we can still be safe in those environments. Okay. So I'm just recommending, based on the research we've done, what's unique to the town of Grimsby, how much the liaison committees work with us and corporate leadership team, that I'm recommending we implement a staff employee-based vaccination policy, and I'm speaking only on behalf of the employees, not councillors. So thank you.
Thank you, CAO. Questions from council? Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I just have a question direct to the CAO. Is there an end date to this policy, or is this like a forever and ever type thing? Because my reference would be to Doug Ford at the province of Ontario, who says that the proof of vaccination program or policy or whatever is in effect right now in the province, he says that it will not be in place for 1 minute longer than is necessary. That's what Doug Ford said. And I don't see any end date for this. This sounds like policy that's just going to be and that going on forever. And so, I mean, if we're in an emergency and we have to determine this, like the province has determined right now, there is an emergency and they were requiring a temporary proof of vaccination program. And so I'm not comfortable with requiring people to give their medical information to the employer or to the arena or to anyone except for the doctor and themselves. But if this is necessary, then it has to have like an end date. Can you make a comment to when this will end? Will this end when the provincial order ends? Can we agree that while the province is enforcing it, that maybe we should enforce it, and when the province stops enforcing it, that we will also not enforce it?
Through you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, it's the province is the lead on this, so the medical officers of health in each region would probably follow suit. So you are correct. If there was a mandate by the province that there's no longer any type of waves and we're done, yeah, of course we would align the policy to state something like that. That once the province declares that this is done with, we would look.
So that's a little vague to me, but like, if they declare there isn't a wave or whatever, I mean, if they stop requiring proof of vaccination, will we also stop requiring proof of vaccination? Like, so when their proof of vaccination policy ends, so does ours, including all the requirements of the policy.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Sharp, you know, we'd have to look at what the situation is, but I think we could live by something that could state that, and that may be the approval of our medical officers of health here at the region, Dr. Hergy, or whoever that position is. So we could incorporate something like that. Yeah.
So when would this incorporation, is this going to be approved tonight, or is this going to be coming back to staff, or are you going to approve it later without our blessing?
Again, the employee policy side that we would do, we would just, once council considered this and voted on this, we would roll it out this week.
So when will we know if there will be, I mean, I'd like to have some language included that says only for as long, I mean, I was quoting Doug Ford when he said it will not be in place for 1 minute longer than is necessary. And if Doug Ford turns this off, I think it should turn us off too. So
could only put through the Mayor the caveat that our regional medical officers of health agree with that movement in the Niagara region. I wouldn't just go by the provincial Doug Ford mandate, because sometimes there's been some discrepancies in that. So if the region medical officer of health calls it off in all employee workplaces, then we would support that as well.
Yeah. So but the Doug Ford didn't enforce it in the workplace either. He only enforced it in the public places.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, and that's why it's been left to the municipalities to roll it out. And so I'm strongly recommending this for our employees. It doesn't sit right with us that, you know, people that use our facilities have to and we don't. It's not.
So here's the thing I'm saying is that it doesn't sit right with me that our policy might go on longer than Doug Ford's. So I understand your point. It doesn't sit right with you that the patrons require it and the staff doesn't. So when the patrons stop requiring it, so should our staff stop requiring it. It's the exact same concept as that not sitting right to require patrons but not require staff. On the contrary, to require staff but not require patrons. So when Doug Ford stops requiring people to prove vaccination to enter public spaces, so should we stop requiring staff to prove vaccination to come to work.
So Mayor, I think that maybe we could debate, and I feel strongly that unless Dr. Hergy says employee workplace is now no longer qualified, that's what I would like to stand on. The province is now mandating it for long-term care homes, provincial people working in long-term care homes. So they're not as direct service delivery like we are. So I would hate to go just by the province's mandate. I'd like to see the region medical officer health agree with that as well before I would put an end date to it.
Just a point of clarification. From the start of the pandemic, we've been following the medical officer of health, and I don't see why we'd break from following in that direction. So it would just seem to follow suit that it would end when the medical officer of health deems so.
Thanks.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Thank you, Harry. That was a good overview and some really great suggestions. And again, it's a staff report, so hopefully that everyone else on council who agrees with all staff reports will vote in favor. I believe there is a resolution or motion that I've sent to Sarah, and I believe it might cover everything off, but I believe the content of your report should constitute how we vote and put it into a resolution and let's vote for it. I would like to see, everyone double vaccinated, and I would like to suggest that anyone who's not would have to have a test. I would like, maybe that's one of the key things to getting this thing through. But certainly we need to put this policy in place sooner than later, and we can't wait. I mean, we're hanging on here, we're going around in circles, and I think we just need to bite the bullet and do this. And hopefully we can do this tonight as a responsible council. So thank you for the report, Harry. I totally agree with it. Thank you.
And Mayor, I apologize to Councilor Frake. There will be testing for those that aren't vaccinated twice a week, 72 hours before their shift. And we'll pay for that, right to the November 29th timeline, try to help staff.
And in terms of, we start kicking around, how long is it going? Does anyone really know how long COVID is going to be around? Can we put a date on it? Of course we can't. We don't. We'd like for it to be over with tomorrow, but we don't know that date. The doctors don't know that date. Premier Ford doesn't know that date. And I'm sure that any of us want to see this go away as soon as possible. And as the Premier Ford said, he doesn't want to wait a minute longer. No more do we. But there's no date. You can't put a date to this. Anyways, thank you, Mayor Jordan.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jordan. I have a few questions here. First, what will happen with boosters? Will that also be mandated then? We're seeing many reports now. Pfizer report just came out saying that that after the 7 months after the second shot, that the antibodies in your body reduced by 10 times the amount. Yet those that have caught COVID and have natural immunity, their antibodies are still good after a year at that time. So are we going to be considered people that have gotten COVID already and that have natural antibodies? So that's one thing that I'd like to see addressed in a policy. We're also looking at data now. I just looked up very quickly. In Wales and the UK, 87% vaccinated, COVID hospitalizations. So 87% of hospitalizations are fully vaccinated. So when we first saw this policy come up on September 7th, I took the numbers, and it's just simple math. Vaccinated people who had contacted COVID divided by the number of total cases, we're at 18% of vaccinated people. The numbers weren't available today, so I had to use yesterday's number, but we're at 30% of fully vaccinated people have now in the numbers have COVID. So when we're looking at numbers like this, at what percentage will we start testing vaccinated people? Because I believe this vaccination has given a lot of people a false sense of protection. And with that, they've already stated that the D variant is a very aerosol format, and the only way to protect you is an N95 mask, not the cloth mask people wear every day, not the surgical masks that are meant for 15 minutes. So I think all these points need to be addressed in a vaccine policy before I support something, because I don't think, like I said, at what percentage then do we start? If we're looking at other countries, and many of these countries, you had it in Israel, then you have it in Wales, 87% of fully vaccinated people are ending up in hospitals. We're about 3 months behind, 2 months behind. We know that the natural antibodies wear down, but the studies now after 7 months. So at what point in time, when those numbers increase with fully vaccinated people getting COVID, when will they be tested, and will we change this policy? Those are the things that I'd like to see addressed. And so with that, I think that it's a little premature just to pass a policy like this right today. I think we need to defer this for a more thorough discussion with council and whoever else needs to be there.
Councillor Dunstall.
Yeah, I think I'd like to support Councillor Ritchie's deferral. I think we should defer it. There's more information that needs to be found out. At the beginning of this pandemic, when we first came out with the vaccines, I was all for it, everybody being vaccinated. I'm a little unsure now. I work in the private sector. I have people working for me, and there are people that don't want to be vaccinated. They have very good reasons. And I just don't like to think that we're going to start forcing people to be vaccinated. Unless there's better information. Councillor Ritchie has given us information that fully vaccinated people are getting COVID. So and it keeps mutating. So I'd like to defer. I'll support that.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a deferral on the floor?
Pardon me?
To the mayor, point of order?
I just started speaking.
Councillor Sharp.
Is there a deferral on the floor?
I didn't appear. No one said they were actually putting forward a deferral motion.
Is that what, Councillor, were you putting forward a deferral, Councillor Dunstall?
Mayor Jordan, if I may, I asked for deferral.
Running the meeting, Councillor Sharp or Councillor or Mayor Jordan?
I'm just trying to clarify. If you'd like me to clarify, I'd like to hear what Councillor Vardy has to say.
You're not the mayor, you're not the clerk either. I would like to hear from the clerk and the mayor. Thank you.
And you should have called the point of order to interrupt too.
Okay.
I'll do
All right.
Mayor Jordan.
A point of order for clarification.
All right.
A point of order.
In my opinion, and perhaps it was wrong, I didn't realize that Councillor Ritchie was putting a deferral motion on the table. So I apologize for that. Councillor Vardy, Councillor Ritchie has said he would like to hear from you. So we'll move there and then we'll deal with the deferral motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, and all I heard was an opinion, not a request. So with respect to deferral, but that can still happen. I guess I've got unlike some of my colleagues, I've got a lot of problems with this policy because what it comes down to is mandatory vaccination. And while I support vaccination, because I do believe that it lessens the severity of disease, I believe, and I am fully vaccinated. I encourage people to get vaccinated. However, I don't believe in coercing people to get vaccinated. And when I look at your options of education, then I start thinking of re-education camps. Then I hear, oh, sorry, but that's what it comes to. And then a meeting with your supervisor in HR, that feels a lot like coercion to me. while I advocate for vaccine take-up, I believe that there is a legitimate case for people who are questioning getting vaccinated. And I think we have to make an accommodation for them. So, it seems to me when I listen to your policy that after the 29th of November, you don't say what happens to people, but it's like, we'll support you till then with these measures, but after that. So, I think there has to be a way to accommodate people that, for whatever reason, are concerned about vaccination. I also have an uncomfortable feeling about disclosing any kind of health status or vaccination status to your employer. I don't know why, it just doesn't sit right with me. I understand why you're asking for it, and we do it to go into a restaurant, but that's private information as far as I'm concerned. I recently was looking at NWT statistics because they keep very, very good statistics. That's Northwest Territories. And as you know, I have an interest because my son's there. 40% of COVID cases have been with people who are either fully or partially vaccinated. So that's a Canadian stat. So, as I say, while I strongly recommend it for everybody, I understand those who have a reticence, and I think we have to find an accommodation for those who are reticent. So perhaps that means that there's alternate work arrangements, or that there's vaccine testing of those people in particular every 2 weeks, although I take Councillor Ritchie's point that anybody can spread it whether you're vaccinated or not. But I'm just looking for a practical solution that can offer protection to the degree that anybody can offer protection, because I don't believe that there is any sort of foolproof way of just avoiding this altogether. There just isn't. It's there with us. So we need to find other ways to live with it, with vaccination being one of them, but treatment being others, and other accommodations. So I'd just like to put that on the table. So as the policy stands, unless there is an option for those who don't want vaccination or who have some reticence. I mean, you say that it's 90 to 95% people are vaccinated. That means, at max, maybe you've got 15 people that may need some kind of accommodation. So I need a little more clarification on that point before I could support what you're doing. But also, I think the coercion aspect of the policy needs to be removed. Thank you.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes,
I apologize if I wasn't clear enough. If many of the employee vaccination policies are lead to termination, we want to help and accommodate, train, make sure that we provide a safe place for those that are working together that are vaccinated, not vaccinated. So no, we would work with those employees. We'd provide the testing twice a week until November 29th, because we do have to put sort of an end date to that. After that, it's the employee's obligation. But we would definitely work with our employees. That's what I said, why it's a Made in Grimsby solution.
So then it should be made clear in the policy that after the 29th, the employee pays.
Yes.
That's put a time limit every 2 weeks.
Actually, it's twice a week they have to test. So 72 hours before their shift. So no, we do want to accommodate the Councillor. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Every which way.
That would need to be stated in the policy. So maybe it does need some work.
As we have a deferral on the floor, I'll read it now. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the presentation in regards to the implementation of staff COVID-19 vaccination policy to be rolled out the week of October 4th, 2021 be deferred. Recorded vote?
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
Nope.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's carried.
All right, moving to adoption of previous minutes. Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Are we moving on? Because if we are, I would like to lift the report.
Which report?
It's from the Committee of the Whole of September 27th, CW-21-279. It's just to have some discussion about the Sobey Road name change.
All right, so seconder to lift this report. Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that resolution number CW 21-279 of the Committee of the Whole minutes of September 27th, 2021 be lifted for separate consideration. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
No.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's carried.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And again, I'm very happy that all the council voted in favor of the name change, and I do support it. But because it was a great presentation that we all heard back on the 27th. But I just wanted to hear from staff, whether staff had the opportunity to just to weigh in about maybe their maybe possibly concerns with to do with the postal code. I'm hearing that the postal code from Fairbrother's Road to 30 Road along Sobey Road. Again, I'd like to get more information from staff. Or is that going to be looking at being changed? How will that be? How that will play in effect to what we're doing? I want to do what council voted on. Again, I support it, but I just want to hear from staff just to make sure that all the ducks are in order. That's all. So if someone from staff could speak to that, that'd be fantastic for now. Thank you.
Brandon, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, hi, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So just, I did send an email to Councillor earlier this week, just with respect to the, late last week with respect to the motion brought forward. I did want to have an opportunity to provide some further information to council. So I did ask that you give us the opportunity to bring a report forward with some of those details. Some of the concerns go around, consultation with the affected residents, the impact of the postal code change in relation to the change of the street name change, so we don't end up making people change their information twice. So there are some considerations that I would like to bring forward to council. And again, I think staff were supportive of the change. It's just we wanted to make sure that we're putting our ducks in a row before that change is made, and that we can make sure the right process is followed.
Mayor, we agree with the motion. It was just the way it was worded, just to do it. All we're saying is let us do our due diligence and make sure we reach out to all the stakeholders, all the people that are on that street, and just make sure we get our ducks in a row, but with an effort to do this especially as quick as possible. We just wanted the opportunity to do it right the first time.
All right, Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jordan. These are some of the comments that I made at the last council meeting that I agree with it, but I just want to make sure that we crossed our T's and dotted our I's. So I'd like to put a motion on the floor to refer this matter back to staff.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a mover and seconder, and the clerk's just preparing it now.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes, Councillor Cadwell?
may I comment? Could we have this report ready by the next council meeting in October? Would that be all right? I just don't want to delay, I don't want to delay it too long. I don't want to see it sitting on the shelf for, a long period of time. So what would a reasonable time frame be to have the report to council if it gets passed to be referred?
CAO?
Through you, Mayor, to the council, we've heard you loud and clear. You'd like this done right away. So we'd reach out to those stakeholders that live on that street or address immediately. Would depend on their response back to us. If a lot are opposed to this change, I hope that isn't the case, then we'd have to come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll read the resolution. And I just added to it by next meeting, if that's okay with the mover and seconder.
We just by next meeting, if possible. If
All right.
obviously if it's not possible.
Yeah. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee council endorsement package be approved, and that the item regarding the name change request to Sobey Road be expedited and referred to the appropriate staff for correction, and that Canada Post be informed of this matter and be referred back to staff by next meeting if possible. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
Need a mover and seconder for the adoption of the previous minutes as amended. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of September 7th as amended, Council minutes of September 7th, Committee of the Whole minutes of September 27th as amended, and Council minutes of September 27th be approved. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie? Councillor Ritchie? Okay. Councillor Sharp? Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
I see Counselor Ritchie again. Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, there are no delegations tonight. Moving to number 12, correspondence, the Grimsby DIA letter. Counselor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm sure everybody's read this letter, and it refers to the removal by the region of two very strategic parking spaces beside Coronation Park, across from the Milk and Things, I believe it is the name of the store there. Even though I do agree that it's a safety issue there, and it does impede traffic flow. I'd like to suggest we pass a motion or pass this back to staff, where they can maybe look at putting some bump outs or bump ins or whatever along there. Take those two spots out, but look at how we can put in maybe 2 to 4 bump outs for traffic and for people who need to park there to, let's say, unload their vehicles during Christmas for putting up Christmas lights, or when there's special events going on there for sound equipment, that type of thing. They need to be able to park somewhere. And I believe there's some other development going on across the street in the area. So I believe having parking spots there is important. So I'd like to suggest that we ask staff to prepare a report as to cost and doability of that particular request. Because I do believe that those two spaces right now are probably a bit of an issue in terms of safety and efficiency of traffic flow. So I'd like to, can I make that a motion, or do I need to?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp.
All right, the clerk's going to work on that motion now, since we have a mover and seconder.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. If I may, the idea sounds good, but that would be, you would be bumping out. You have to put in lay-by parking, which means you'd be moving the parking spots in where the sidewalks are. And I'm just wondering how that could be done, taking away whether the sidewalks can be extended further a little bit more to the south. I guess it's reasonable to have a report from staff on that. I agree. The parking spots are important there, and my question was: is there a way that when there's an event held there, can the loading and offloading take place through the pool, where the pool is? You've got that walkway is quite wide, interlocking. Would it be sufficient to have small trucks, going in and out just to unload and to equipment and that for different events? So would that be an option at all? Thank you.
All right, that's probably a question for Brandon, and I see, Brandon, you have your hand up, so you're welcome to answer that.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll try to answer both those questions. Just want to caution, first of all, that this is a regional road, so it's the town would have to, whatever's being proposed there would have to be obviously communicated to the region and dealt with their staff to make sure that they were comfortable with whatever changes were being brought forward. I did want to as well say that yes, there is the pool parking lot that's available, kind of a similar distance away from the parking spaces that could be used for loading, subject to obviously other events that are going on at that time at the pool. Would be could potentially conflict, but I'm not sure about the actual programming. That's more of a Sarah question, but I think that is a reasonable understanding that this, yes, they could be used through the back.
Thank you, Brandon. Maybe it's just another potential area for the downtown revitalization program. It would be another area where it could be dressed up there with indented parking spots. Just a thought.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. That was the other one note I wrote down is the Downtown Reimagine project is looking at the downtown core as a whole. So it is something for definitely we can look at the future parking as a whole in the downtown core and what changes are going to be made or brought forward through the community and their involvement and input into that project.
Great. Councillor Frake.
Thank you. Just to add to or comment on Councillor Cadwell's notes, which we thought about actually. It's not a bad idea having things unloaded beside the pool, but the thing is, in the middle of winter when things are really busy down there, you know, lugging things across that path into the coronation area where the gazebo is to hold events can sometimes be precarious, to say the least, if the weather's not right and it's busy in the pool and so on and so forth. So I think your idea of a lay-by would probably be the best idea, and hopefully the region will agree and will look at helping us put something in there to accommodate what's going on there. And also, don't forget, there is some more development going on in that area along Main Street there. So those parking spaces could be good for that too. So there's more than just the park itself. I just want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And good discussion on this topic. So it'll continue status quo. Obviously, as Brandon mentioned, staff has to work with the region, but for the time being, the parking spots will continue to be there then? I believe that's my understanding. Thank you.
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, difficult to say because it's a regional road. So I guess if the resolution from council is to request the region to consider delaying that, then I will pass that along to the region and have that conversation with them.
Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. It's unfortunate the region didn't consult with us first to make a plan. I would just like to add that maybe, you know, given that the development that's happening across the street, as Councillor Frank mentioned, it may be good to look at increasing the lay-by parking, not just for the 2 spots we'd be losing, but is there a possibility to add several spots there? So it would be good if Brandon, you could go back to the region and be able to bring this forward.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I believe the reason why the region is removing those parking spaces is a safety issue. So I think I'd have difficulty going back to them and saying, hey, can we put more in when the concern is a safety matter. So, but again, certainly if the direction of council is you feel it is important to save these spaces, I will certainly review that with the region further.
Well, I would imagine, Brandon, like warrants that we have for traffic, that there must be some criteria when we're talking about safety. So stated distances from an intersection or something like that. So I'd like to know what criteria used and how it maybe stands up to to what other municipalities have for criteria. Thank you.
Just a quick comment before I move to Councillor Bothwell. I think that the intent of changing these parking spots is to look at some sort of bumping them in so they aren't out into the roadway, and so the safety concern would be mitigated on that. I think that's certainly what the intent is there. Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, can we draft a motion, please, to have the region hold their implementation of their bylaw in abeyance? And I can't remember the bylaw number that they passed that we received the correspondence from. But if the clerk could pull that from our previous agenda, if the motion could read that the region hold the implementation of the bylaw in abeyance pending further discussions with the Town of Grimsby Public Works Department with something like that.
So I'm just going to ask the mover and seconder if we can include that as an amendment to this resolution.
Yeah, I'm assuming that what Councillor Bothwell is saying is to delay the removal of those current spots until we get an analysis and a report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
I'm fine with that. I don't know if Councillor Sharp is. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with it as long as you're okay with it. It's your motion.
Perfect. Let's do it.
Councillor Sharp, did you want to speak on the matter while the clerk's redrafting
Sure.
the
I just
motion?
had a question. We talked a few times about development across the road. So I'm thinking of the two spots that are in front of Coronation Park. And so across the road from that is like where Subway and that health food store and the Niagara Wine and Brew and like the dance places down the hill. And there's a bit of a, behind Milk and Things, there's a bit of a business park or an office park there. We're not doing any development there other than they just put in a gas station. Is there any development that I'm unaware of that's across from there?
Well, the old Petro-Canada property is subject to it's for lease, so it is probably has potential to be developed.
The Petrocan, that's the one beside Noni's or Christie's Dairy?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. I was thinking of that Subway and the health food store.
Councillor
Thanks.
Bothwell? You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just to clarify, there is a development that's that went to a committee of adjustment proposal for, I think, 5 retail units on the corner of Patton and Main. There's a vacant lot there, and they're looking at building a 2-story building with 20 parking spaces where 25 are required, and they're already short 5 parking spaces. So planning staff have been working with the applicant. I think it was sent back for them to look at an alternate type of design because of the constraints on the parking for that. So it is something like 3 retail or 4 retail units at ground floor proposed for that corner of Patton and Main. Anyway, that's what I'm aware of. Thank you.
Great, thank you for the information, Councillor Bothwell. We have the resolution now, moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the Grimsby DIA letter be received and that the matter be referred back to staff for cost and feasibility of the request, and that the region hold the implementation bylaw 2021-67 pending discussions with the Town of Grimsby Public Works Department. Recorded vote.
Sorry, Mayor, I think it needs to say that the region be requested so that we send them a letter requesting that they hold back on implementation of the bylaw. So
Okay.
So we need to actually have direction that the clerk will send them a request based from council's decision tonight. Thank you.
All right, I added be requested too in there, so. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstone,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. All right, now we're moving to number 14, bylaws. Need a mover and seconder for first reading. Moved by Councillor Ritchie. Second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 21-73 and 21-74, and that same be read a first time. And I'm going to ask for a recorded vote again because I can't see everyone on the screen. So that's why I'm continuing to ask for recorded votes.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake. Councillor Frake, sorry, I didn't hear you.
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 21-73 and 21-74 read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk to sign and seal the same and ruled council to the contrary notwithstanding. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
No.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, now we're moving to number 15, announcements. Does anyone have any announcements? Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm just going to do my regular plug for the Grimsby Library's author series, the fall author series. There's still 2 more coming up on October the 18th and November 22nd. Some great speakers, Lisa Rochon and Lauren B. Davis on Monday the 18th, Catherine McKenzie and Iona Wishaw on the 22nd. It's $20. It's a great way to help support the local library, and just go to the website and there's a way to get your tickets there and have a look at what those authors' books are all about. So I just encourage everyone again to, if you missed the first one, you still have a chance to get to the next 2, and the tickets are still available starting October 18th. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. I just wanted to make a quick little plug for the Grimsby Green Committee. We are still meeting online, and we are trying to make some progress in our goals. And at our last meeting, it's not official yet, but it's going to be soon official. We're going to have some grants for tree planting, and they'll be available to community. They'll be small, $300, but it is something that's worthwhile and something that you could get some money if you apply for it to plant some trees on private property. And there'll be more information. I'll post all about it, and we'll have it on our website when it's officially approved. But I think it's far enough along that it is going to get approved shortly, and the applications will start in the spring, I think. So great news from the Green Committee. Thanks.
Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And I was going to mention this last week, but happy to do it now. Councillor Ritchie and I attended the McNally House Golf Tournament on Thursday, September 16th. Very successful event. They had about 182 golfers. Great day. A lot of good support for McNally House. A very good event. Very happy to be there to attend. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I also want to make mention about the McNally Golf Tournament. It was a great day, great weather. They actually bragged that they have the best weather for any golf tournament that's held throughout the year. It was a beautiful day, and the amount of golfers, it was a great success. So I recommend maybe next year, as many councillors as possible, try and get out and support the cause. Thank you.
Counselor Bothwell.
Sorry for jumping in again. I wanted to wait if the firefighters were going to say anything because I believe it's Fire Prevention Week this week from October the 3rd to the 9th, and encouraging everyone to check their smoke detectors at their house. You guys can jump in if I'm missing something, but I just know being in this new build here in Bravo that I had my little first floor smoke alarm do its chirping thing, and it's hardwired. And I thought, why would it do it when it's hardwired? And actually they do expire and you do need to replace them every once in a while, even if they're hardwired. So I'm hearing in my community here that a number of people are experiencing the same thing now, that those about 7 years, even the hardwired ones sometimes need replacing. So it's just a time to go over your emergency plan with your family and to check those smoke detectors for safety. Kevin, please chime in.
Counselor Ritchie.
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so just a little education on the smoke detectors. They can't be past 10 years old. They do get cobwebs, dust, a lot of things can accumulate them, so vacuum them out. But the fire service, I don't know if they've changed this now, but they always went with when you change your clocks to take a look. So that's every 6 months. So even though it's Fire Prevention Week, I still believe they're staying on that message. I could be wrong. You know, Fire Prevention Week's taking a total different course with COVID and all the rest. But yes, you know, it's always a good idea to check your smoke detectors weekly, monthly, whatever works for you. So thanks for the reminder, Councilor Bothwell.
Counselor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'd like to just chime in quickly. And thank you, Councilor Bothwell, for bringing that up. One of the important times to work with your family is your emergency escape plan. I was watching Global this morning briefly, and they had a gal from I believe it was Toronto Fire, and she gave a very good update on how families should sit down, and even they talk with their dogs, their pets too, which I thought was really good to include. But yeah, great time to review and go over your family emergency escape plan. Thanks very much.
Counselor Ritchie.
Sorry, Mayor Jordan. And it's also allowed now to have CO detectors. So if you're checking your smoke detectors, check your CO detectors. A lot of them are dual. That means they'll do both CO and fire detection, but don't leave those out. It's very important. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor Ritchie. I just have one announcement. On September 30th, I was honored to attend the Truth and Reconciliation ceremony, the decommissioning ceremony at the library, along with CAO Schlang and Director Sweeney, as well as staff from the library, the art gallery, and the museum. And as well, we had a visit from Trail Ridge Montessori School's children. And what we had sage ceremony and a decommissioning ceremony where we took the ribbons off the wall. They had been accumulating there through the prior weeks. And it was a very moving ceremony, and it was just something that I was really proud to be part of, and proud to just really take part of and talk about this dark aspect of our Canadian history, and it's something. The only way we can truly heal is talking about it, and is with ceremonies like these, which took place along with educational campaigns throughout the region on September 30th. But it was just a really enlightening and moving ceremony, and I was very glad to represent council and the town of Grimsby at the library that afternoon. Thank you. Our next meeting for council is scheduled for October 18th, 2021, following the committee of the whole. And now we just have the confirming bylaw. So we need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 21-75 and that same be read a first time. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell.
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall.
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, and need a mover and seconder for second and third reading of the bylaws. Moved by Counselor Ritchie. Second by Counselor Sharp. Moved by Counselor Ritchie, second by Counselor Sharp. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 21-75 read a first time, be now read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell, Counselor Bothwell,
Yes.
Counselor Dunstall,
Yes.
Counselor Frake,
Yes.
Counselor Cadwell,
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Vane,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
All right, meeting is adjourned. We will be meeting back for committee of the whole at 7:50.
Recording in progress.
All right, I'd like to call the committee of the whole meeting for Monday, October 4th, 2021 to order. First off, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, need a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the agenda for the committee of the whole meeting of October 4th, 2021 be approved. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall is absent. Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Barty,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, now we're moving to the council endorsement package, Grimsby Green Advisory Committee. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the Grimsby Green Advisory Committee council endorsement package be approved. Councillor Sharp?
Yeah, just quickly, I'm on the Grimsby Green Advisory Committee, and we updated our terms of reference. There was minor changes to definition. We added a voting procedure for the vice chair. There's nothing really much to it. Small changes, procedural. Thanks.
Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that Grimsby Green Advisory Committee council endorsement package be approved. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall is absent. Councillor Frake, Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, now we're moving to number 5, adoption of previous minutes. Committee adjustment minutes and the Grimsby Green Advisory minutes, and mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Vardy, seconder. See a seconder there? Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the Committee of Adjustment minutes of September 21st, 2021, and the Grimsby Green Advisory Committee minutes of September 29th, 2021 be received. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Barty,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, now we're moving to 7.1, Administration and Finance Consent. CAO 2117 Buy Local Campaign Closeout. Okay, and report PA 2141. We need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Cadwell,
Mayor, sorry, may I lift, can I, because they're consent items, I'd like to lift the grant program applications, please, the PA 2141 from consent.
Yep, that's so noted.
Thank you.
All right, so we still have the rest of the, or well, the one other consent item, moved by Councillor Cadwell, and who was the seconder again? Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Cadwell, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved the committee of the whole hereby approves the following item and the various consent item be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Report CAO 2117 by local campaign closeout. That report CAO 2117 by local campaign closeout dated October 4th, 2021 be received. Okay, all right. And recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall, sorry, Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
Okay. All right, so now we're moving to 8.1A and 8.1B. Michael Maynard will be here, our Integrity Commissioner. Welcome, Michael.
Hi, thank you very much for having me, Mayor and councillors. I guess as usual, Mayor, through you, just we're doing this one at a time. So the first report that I'm tabling is investigation report IC-13251-0321. And that is the matter of Councillor Bothwell Councillor Vane. The report was drafted jointly with my delegated investigator, a colleague of mine, Ben Drury, and that report is on the agenda for you to review.
All right, questions or comments from council? Thank you for your report, Michael. Councillor Vardy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, before we go on to any questions or discussion, I wonder if Councillor Vane could please sit in front of his camera.
No, it's not working. Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Vane, it is working because I can see materials, just that the camera is facing backwards instead of frontwards. So just the camera will be able to see you.
And Mr. Mayor, a lot of those is backgrounds, and if your camera's not working, as you can see.
Oh, well, I saw what was there and it said power cords. So I don't think that's part of his background. So if Councillor Vane could at least give it a try, I'd appreciate it.
It's not working.
It was working just a moment ago.
Huh, no, it wasn't.
All right, I hope you're finished. All right, Councillor Vardy, any other comments?
Yes, I do. I mean, I have to say, are we talking about the complaint towards you or the complaint towards Councillor Vane first?
All right, we need a mover and seconder to get, I guess it's Councillor Vane's complaint on the floor.
Okay, I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by seconder. We have Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the investigation report IC 13251-0321 be received. Questions or comments? Councillor Vardy.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I read the report. It's quite thorough, and I'd have to say, I also found it quite disturbing. although I've been a witness to many of the email exchanges that Councillor Vane has sent to Councillor Bothwell. And I arrived in place as Mr. Maynard. My concern is having already had a code of conduct found against Councillor Vane for a similar kind of behavior relating to either a sort of an outburst of anger or in this case, harassment. I have a motion that I would like to put forward. I'm concerned that, you know, the limits of the IC are to just offer a reprimand or penalize salary. But I really think it's important that remedial action be taken for the sake of Councillor Bothwell. I'd say the sake of myself and who's also been on the end of it with Councillor Vane, and for the sake of council and town. So I've sent my motion to the clerk, and I'd like to read it out. Unless does someone want to speak before that motion is tabled? Well, I'll defer to what the clerk suggests.
The clerk's going to read out your motion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there's been a motion submitted by Councillor Vardy to amend, which states, whereas the Integrity Commissioner in complaint IC 13251-0321 determined that Councillor Vane contravened section 4.1I and 12.1 of the Code of Conduct, and whereas when a contravention of the Code of Conduct has been established, section 223.4 subsection 5 of the Municipal Act allows for only two potential penalties: a reprimand, or a suspension of the remuneration paid to the member for up to 90 days. And whereas neither of these penalties provided by the Municipal Act afford for any formal rehabilitation or assistance to change behaviors, and whereas council concurs with the Integrity Commissioner that councillors have vested interest in working in a pleasant and collaborative workplace, therefore be it resolved that council endorse the recommendation of the Integrity Commissioner and impose a penalty of a formal reprimand against Councillor Vane, and that Councillor Vane be requested to issue an immediate verbal apology to Councillor Bothwell for his behavior, and that Councillor Vane be requested to voluntarily retake the workplace harassment and sensitivity training originally provided to members of council.
All right, Councillor Frick.
If nobody seconds that, I will.
We have a mover and seconder. What this is an amendment to the original.
Okay.
So we have Councillor Vardy and yourself as the mover and seconder.
Well, you know, I just speak very briefly. I mean, I've read through this 30-odd page document, and, you know, even though I'm not really surprised with the outcome, because I've seen some of this, and I'll say the word harassment because it's mentioned in this report on numerous occasions. And I think when I see those words and I see a female at the other end of it, I cringe a little. And, you know, as a councillors, we're supposed to be representing the community and our constituents, and we're supposed to be upright. You know, we're supposed to be thinking of how we kind of show the way, examples of for the community. And when I hear and see a councillor harassing another councillor or anyone for that matter, I think they need to be reprimanded. And unfortunately, the Municipal Act doesn't show any kind of serious reprimand in its legislation. You know, I mean, I don't even know what to say because I'm so disappointed, so disappointed that we have a counselor on this council that has gone so far and thinks it's okay to continue to do it. And how many times has it been asked and told in council by the chair to refrain? But no, he did not. So now we have this integrity complaint, which is a total huge cost for the community. And I'm sure the community that's watching tonight are not very happy, are not very pleased, and I'm sure they're not very impressed. So I will endorse this particular resolution, and I would even go a step further. I would even suggest that Councillor Vane be removed from council for 2 or 3 meetings and not be allowed to vote at a meeting, because I think this is way beyond what a council should be doing. Anyways, I'll leave it at that. My time is up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. This was an extremely difficult thing for me to bring forward. It took a lot. We're 3 years into this term, and I really had to think what this would do to myself, my personal health, and whether I was serving my constituents by moving forward doing this. And I think it was really important to bring it to light. And I appreciate all the hard work that Mr. Maynard and his team did to research it thoroughly and come up with the conclusions that he did. It's much appreciated. It's unfortunate that these types of comments and behaviors, are pervasive, and it's not. This is the tip of the iceberg. This is just some of it. When another counselor says to me that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee is just made up of a bunch of soccer moms, or that I would be better as just a member of the Heritage Committee and not the chair because I could debate much better as just a member. There's just those types of comments, those types of behaviors.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. The counselor here is lying because I never said those things.
No,
And
I
if you
didn't say
don't
you.
them in writing,
No,
no, it doesn't
no.
matter. Don't be
I said
lying when you're trying to make
another-
this work.
Councillor
You
Vane.
have enough in your IC report.
Councillor Vane,
Enough with this crap.
Councillor Vane.
Another.
Shut up, freak.
All right, Councillor Vane, you're being removed from
There's
the
a good
meeting.
example of what I'm talking about right there.
Sorry,
You're an idiot.
Peter, can you remove Councillor Vane?
Point
from
of
the
order,
meeting,
Mayor
please?
Jordan.
I have a right to speak. I have a right to speak. I don't have.
I will
Thank you.
clarify, thank you, Mayor Jordan, that it was not Councillor Vane who made those statements. It was another counselor. And if I wasn't clear, I will just say that was
Point of order, Mayor Jordan.
another counselor. So I didn't follow through on those. And I appreciate that it took a
Point of
lot,
order, Mayor Jordan.
as I
Right.
said, to get to this point.
Sorry,
Councillor
Bothwell,
Sharp, what is your point of order?
Is Councillor Vane still at the meeting?
I've removed him as he acted with misconduct.
We have the right to challenge that.
Yeah,
You
I'd like
don't-
With him here,
under-
with
Under
him here, with
section
his vote.
2.412, the municipal act, I've removed him.
You
due
do
to
not have
misconduct.
that
I
right
have
unless
the
it's a
power-
serious threat, and this is a Zoom meeting.
He told someone to shut up.
This is a
That
very-
is not a serious threat, Mayor Jordan. If you're
I'm
going
not
to do that,
debating
I
that
will
with
leave
you.
this meeting as well, and I hope everyone else leaves this meeting so we don't have a quorum.
Leave.
You're welcome to leave, Councillor Ritchie.
I'm
But I
challenging you.
stand
I
on my
have the
region.
right.
Please
I
leave.
have the right to
This is
challenge
just a
you.
disruption.
Councillor Wright, I am
Councillor
speaking.
Frake, you need to refrain.
Mayor Jordan, I'm challenging you on your decision. I
Well,
have that right.
that's final. I'm removing him under section
You do not, and
2.412
I can challenge that.
under misconduct, and it's
I
not
know you cannot.
challengeable.
It
It's
is
the power to
challengeable because it has
expel.
to be a direct
Well, I'd
threat.
like to challenge the chair.
Yes, it has to be a direct threat, Mayor Jordan. Please look it up. Let's
And
take
we
a
have a
break
more
for 10
specific-
minutes.
So our procedural bylaw is more specific than the municipal act. It is specifically has language to the effect of removing a member.
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor.
All right, as per our procedural bylaw, will vote whether Councillor Vane can come back into the meeting.
And Councillor Vane is allowed to be present, is he not? And to have his vote.
Councillor Ritchie, yes, he is.
Defeats the purpose.
That's a warning, Councillor Frey. The crosstalk is not accepted. Mover and seconder on this. So we need a mover and seconder on this ruling, or the vote against the ruling. Pardon me. Yeah. Resolve that the chair's ruling be upheld to remove Councillor Vane from the meeting. Mover and seconder.
Move the other members of council that started before me. Is that correct? Because it wouldn't be biased just towards me because I put a complaint against you, is it? Don't worry, it's all gonna be in the local paper, buddy. I don't mind. Just letting you know.
Your continual outbursts are not helping the situation, Councillor Vane. You
had your friends yelling at first. I merely replied to your friends, but you chose to target me again, showing your bias again.
Order.
You told Councillor Bothwell to shut up. That's what I reacted on. All right.
Okay, when she lies and then won't correct herself or apologize for her lies, then what choice do I have, sir? Because you
Point
won't
of order.
do anything about it.
Point of order.
Okay, Council, you know, I want no more crosstalk, no more points of order. We're dealing with this right now. What we're doing is we're voting whether to remove Councillor Vane from the meeting. We need a mover and seconder on this. Moved by Councillor Frake. Seconder, Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the chair ruling be upheld to remove Councillor Vane from the meeting. Recorded
Discussion.
vote.
Mayor
Okay,
Jordan, we not allowed discussion?
Councillor Cadwell. Councillor Cadwell, you're muted.
Just my own comments. The situation got out of hand, and with all due respect, when Councillor Bothwell brought up other things, and we were talking about Councillor Vane. So I think everybody just took for granted that Councillor Bothwell, about the soccer mothers, was referring to Councillor Vane. Again, I'm not the outside, but I'm listening. And that's exactly how I interpreted it. So I think there should have been
just a clarification. There's actually no discussion. I've just checked our procedural bylaw. No, I don't have it memorized, but there is no discussion on this ruling. So we'll end it there and vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
no.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's defeated.
All right. I think Councillor Bothwell had the floor. And Councillor Bothwell, you can continue.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. My comments were just that, as I mentioned, that it's unfortunate these type of comments and behavior seem to be pervasive. I did say another counselor. I did not say Councillor Vane. So I just want to clarify, if we go back to the recording, I'm pretty sure I said another counselor. And I want to make that very clear. But other than that, I appreciate Mr. Maynard's investigation. It is a very difficult thing to do, and I'm hopeful that this type of conversation and the results of this investigation will help us move forward and look at ways to heal and better improve the relationships, and that Councillor Vane gets the help he needs to help be an effective team member with the rest of us and to serve our constituents. And that's, I think, the goal that we all want, is to best serve our constituents. So, and that's what I want. So hopefully that good will come of this. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Sorry, I had my hand up from before.
Councillor Ritchie.
To you, Mr. Mayor, can we get, can you read Councillor Vardy's motion out again?
Whereas the Integrity Commissioner in complaint IC 13251-0321 determined that Councillor Vane contravened sections 4.11 or 4.1I and 12.1 of the Code of Conduct, and whereas when a contravention of the Code of Conduct has been established, section 223.4 subsection 5 of the Municipal Act 2001 allows for only two potential penalties: a reprimand, 1, or a suspension, 2, of the remuneration paid to the member for up to 90 days. And whereas neither of these penalties provided by the Municipal Act afford for any formal rehabilitation or assistance to change behaviors, and whereas Council concurs with the Integrity Commissioner that councillors have vested interests in working in a pleasant and collaborative workplace, therefore be it resolved that Council endorse the recommendation of the Integrity Commissioner impose a penalty of a formal reprimand against Councillor Vane, and that Councillor Vane be requested to issue an immediate verbal apology to Councillor Bothwell for his behavior, and that Councillor Vane be requested to voluntarily retake the workplace harassment and sensitivity training originally provided to members of council.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So, like I said, I think that when we ask for an immediate apology, not that I condone the actions, but I don't know how sincere it actually may be when it's just when somebody's forced to do it. I would hope that there'd be a little more thought put into it, that an individual would apologize on their own. And I think there would be a lot more meaning to that than forcing someone to apologize, which I don't think we have the right to do. That also with that, when I look at it, you know, the workplace harassment, I would agree that retraining in that area is a good place to start, or is a good place to go. Like I said, in the report here, it states that we do not find his conduct to be a degree warranting a suspension of pay. And we believe a public reprimand would be a meaningful consequence. So I do think that that a retaking of the workplace harassment is sufficient. Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Thank you. First of all, I want to make it very clear. I'm not upset. I expected this ruling. I didn't expect them to do the proper investigation. If in my world, where we do real investigations, we use all the facts available, which the IC unfortunately did not in this case. And I have a lot of respect for this IC, as I did for the previous one. So this is not a personal attack on him, but it's just that unfortunately I had given 9 witnesses names, as well as other information to show that I was not harassing Councillor Bothwell, and I don't have a problem. You make whatever ruling you want. It doesn't affect me in any way. And I'll take the workplace training. I've taken it a million times, and I'm well aware of harassment. I've had to deal with it with many people who have truly been harassed. Councillor Vardy refers back to an incident where I stood in a closed session and called her a bully. As I said at that time, and I'll say again, I should have done it to her privately. The fact that I did it publicly is because I got tired of her attacking Councillor Ritchie. So all I'm saying is I don't believe I had harassed Councillor Bothwell, and this will come out in another forum. And I said that at the beginning of this investigation. This is the wrong forum for us to deal with this. Everybody here likes to sit back and pretend like they've done nothing wrong. There's areas where we can bring out all the wrong that has been done. What you're holding me accountable for is because I won't agree with Councillor Bothwell or succumb to her wishes or her agenda. And if you look at the complaint against Councillor Dunstall, it was the same thing from a private individual, a friend of Councillor Bothwell's, saying that he didn't support the Heritage Committee. He didn't support, what the Heritage Committee wanted. And that's all Councillor Bothwell said. And when it was put on her website this week, it said the same thing. Like, you know what? I don't have a problem. I've never had a problem with Councillor Bothwell. Never will. She's a different type of person than I am, and that's fine. I accept that. I don't have any intention of challenging her. I don't have any intention of not agreeing with her. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit back and say because she managed to get some ruling based on no evidence, like I say, none of my evidence was even considered. So, there's no credibility to this particular finding, unfortunately. And as I say, I have a tremendous amount of respect for the IC. So please don't take this personal, Mr. Maynard. You and I have spoken on many times, and I've told you very much how much respect I have for your whole firm. But having said that, to do an investigation involves the whole story. The whole story was not looked at here. It was merely Councillor Bothwell presented a couple of emails, said he's not supporting what I want on the Heritage Committee. He says I weaponize the Heritage Committee. That's a common term in the community now amongst developers, other councillors, and people of the public. That's a very common term when it comes to Councillor Bothwell and the Heritage Committee. And I don't have anything against her. She can claim whatever she wants, try and make me look bad. I don't care. The point is, I have only tried to work with everybody. I have talked to Councillor Bothwell until I'm blue in the face. At first, I tried being nice. I'd stop harassing staff. 5,000 emails in a 3-year period to staff. That's not including replies or anything else. That's outrageous. Talk to the staff instead of just, parading for the cameras when we're on TV and when you've got your buddies writing in your local paper. Let's do something positive here. You want to know the truth? I'm going to make sure the truth gets out, every bit of it, because I don't care. I'm not worried. You can go and file another IC complaint on me. I don't care. I'm going to make sure the people of this town, every 100% of them, knows everything that this council has done, everything. So if you think that what I did was harassment, wait till you hear about another councillor who plays games with it. So you know what? There's lots coming out, guys. And unfortunately, I tried to do this the proper way. I tried to do this through the IC. I tried to keep it internal. I tried talking to other councillors. You guys choose to play this game. That's fine. I'll put the facts out, let the public decide. So I will not apologize. If Councillor Bothwell doesn't like the fact that I don't support her, I can't do anything about that. I'm sorry about that. But you know what? We all have to agree to disagree sometimes. And it's unfortunate that, Heritage seems to be a real passion to her. And I'm all in support of that. I love Heritage as much as anybody else, to a point. I'm not going to bankrupt this town and have our climate change go to the side where we sit here and spend millions on Heritage, which is going to get destroyed by lack of climate change issues, and so on and so forth. I'm not fighting, period. I'm telling you, I'm going to put the truth out, and then we'll let the public decide. End of discussion.
Councillor Vardy.
Well, I guess there are two things, and it would appear to me that Councillor Vane has little insight into his actions and how they impact others, and what he says, and that he can say, your report's worthless, no offense, nothing personal, and just sort of that somehow negates it or discredits it.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I never said it was pointless or worthless. I said it didn't do a full investigation. There's a big difference there, Mr. Mayor. Twisting my words around is very unprofessional.
Can I, through you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Vardy. We let Councillor Vane speak, so now it's your turn. Thank you.
Thank you. So
point of order takes priority over everything, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, if there's a rule of procedure that has been broken and there wasn't one there, so point of order doesn't mean anything.
When repeating words that I never said, that's a breaking of procedure in my position.
I would think it would more likely be a point of privilege, but I don't even think it would follow under that. So let's move on. Thank you.
So, Mr. Maynard, I wonder, you're sort of seeing life in real time here. I wonder if you can comment, given the reactions that you've seen, the, the kind of acceptance for any kind of responsibility, would you still hold to the same recommendation after seeing this display?
Point of order, Mayor Jordan.
Yes, what's your point of order, Councilor?
I don't think the question's fair to ask the integrity commissioner. He's been asked to do a job, which is the IC report. And now to go outside of the report, I don't think that's fair or appropriate for him to answer whatsoever.
Right. So I'll ask another question. Mr. Maynard, can you speak to your report and to some of the questions that Councillor Vane has raised about the inadequacy with which you've addressed his concerns?
I guess I can. So I actually dealt with this, and I should say, when I say I mean we, as in my delegated investigator and myself, both dealt with this in our joint report. And it's actually on page 29, just above the findings section, where we said, and I'll just quote from it, "Lastly, I wish to note that a decision was deliberately made not to interview the various witnesses proposed by Councillor Vane. He indicated that those witnesses would speak to Councillor Bothwell's mistreatment of them, but we determined that even if that were true, which we take no position on, as it was not the subject of this investigation, that could not have possibly been a relevant defense respecting Councillor Vane's own conduct and his obligations under the code." What I mean by saying that is that this IC process does not contain any provisions for a counterclaim. Unlike if you're going through a litigious process where you could bring a claim back against the person who brought a claim against you, there's no provision under the code of conduct or really under any IC process anywhere that I'm aware of that would allow for that to happen. I think the only time that a reverse onus kind of situation might happen is if there's a jurisdictional issue. For example, if someone who's a respondent was to bring forth an argument that a claim was frivolous, vexatious, or made in bad faith, and have evidence to that effect, then I would then have to go back and have a sort of a reverse onus conversation with the person who brought the complaint, about their response to that particular allegation against them, because that could be dispositive of the complaint if such a ruling was to be made. But with respect to, bringing up allegations that someone else's conduct may also be contrary to the code, and that I should interview people with that, with that in mind, it's not an appropriate forum to do that. This was a complaint about Councillor Vane's conduct. It was not a complaint about Councillor Bothwell's conduct, and so we acted accordingly. I also would just point out as well in the report that we didn't view the allegations that Councillor Vane brought forward as being an appropriate defense in respect of his own conduct. I think every member of council is responsible for their own conduct and to make sure that it is compliant with the code of conduct. And so that was the position we took on that.
Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. This hurts because, like I said, it took a lot to do this, and I knew, and I mentioned this to Mr. Maynard, that just by filing this and standing my ground on it, I would be a target and there would be retaliation. And as Councillor Vane has threatened numerous occasions, I'm going to make sure the truth comes out in another forum, whatever. So you're constantly living on eggshells, wondering when's the next integrity commissioner complaint going to get filed against me. There's a couple now with the similar allegations on them that have been dismissed. And it's like, I just put this target on me just by bringing this forward. And it's really, really hard. So Mr. Maynard, I just want to ask, with this harassment finding, do I have to be concerned about retaliation for this? Is there any protection? Like I thought, like if another integrity commissioner complaint comes against me now because whatever with similar allegations, is that retaliation?
Point of order, Mayor Jordan.
Yes, what's your point of order, Councillor Ritchie?
Again, I don't think it's fair to ask the Integrity Commissioner, who has done a report, for such advice. I mean, I can sympathize for Councillor Bothwell, but we have processes, and I'm sure she's aware if there's retaliation, that she thought she was bullied again, she has a process that she can follow once again.
Mr. Maynard, did you want to answer that question?
I would suggest actually that Councillor Ritchie is correct, in that I cannot prejudge, what could happen in the future based on a hypothetical. I will, however, point this out, that section 5.3 of the code says no member shall, under part A, undertake any act of reprisal or threaten reprisal against a complainant or any other person for providing relevant information to the Integrity Commissioner or any other person. Now, I could never be in a position to prejudge whether or not a future complaint against Councillor Bothwell could be an act of reprisal. And, I would suggest probably it would be a difficult thing to prove in any case. But, your code of conduct does deal with reprisal, and without speaking specifically to any potential future code of conduct complaints, that is something that is listed in your code of conduct, and that I could consider potentially, should that come forward before me. It's just by way of general information for councillors to understand how the code applies there.
Great. Thank you very much for your response, Michael, and I appreciate you giving us that extra information. Councillor Vane.
I do have to apologize for one thing. Apparently, everybody seems to think this is a reprisal that I've talked about. First of all, I was in the process of creating a complaint against Councillor Bothwell. I brought my defense to Mr. Maynard, thinking that instead of me putting in a counterclaim and appearing to be a counterclaim, that he would be able to do this full investigation, and that was that. Now that this has come back, I understand exactly what Mr. Maynard's saying. I have no problem with what he's done. I really don't. I don't have a problem with reprimand. I don't have a problem with doing the training again. But all I've said all along is that, people sit here and say things and do things, and yet I know what goes on. It's a small town. It's a very small town hall. I'm sure people think that they've done things and nobody's going to find out about them. Unfortunately, that's not the truth. So, you know what I mean? If it hurts me more to hear, after when Councillor Bothwell tried to get Councillor Sharp kicked off the committee or off the council, and she said, it was really a tough decision, and now she's trying to make me look bad, and that's a tough decision. If I do anything, it won't be in reprisal. It'll be because what I initially set out to do wasn't settled. As I say, Mr. Maynard has really educated me a lot, not just tonight, overall, on what we can and cannot do under the IC. Now, see, this is part of the problem when we joined council. We didn't get any training on ICs. And I mean, if you look across Ontario right now, apparently IC complaints, and Mr. Maynard can back this up, IC complaints are going through the roof. Everybody's going after everybody. And I don't have a problem. If I've done something wrong, and I truly believe I've done something wrong, then I will apologize. In this case here, I don't believe I have. I believe that I did try to talk to Councillor Bothwell. We used to get along before we got elected. I made it very clear to Councillor Bothwell that I was going to run in the same ward as her, and she asked me not to. I respected that. We've done a lot of things up until we became this divide of 5-4 or 4-5 or whatever you want to call it. We got along, and I've always wanted to work with Councillor Bothwell. I have said very positive things to Councillor Bothwell, such as the fact that she is a very tenacious reader. But I have challenged her on the fact that when she reads, she is not an automatic expert. And these are things that I have said to her. I've said, we're not managers. I said all kinds of things. So I'm not upset about this complaint. If Councillor Bothwell felt it was her way to do things, that's fine. I don't care. As far as Councillor Vardy, I've already explained that. I'm not going to sit here and argue anything. If Mr. Maynard thinks that I deserve a reprimand based on what he saw, then that's fine. I accept that. If you suggest as a council that I take harassment training again, that's fine. I have no problem with that. I've been dealing with harassment training all my career as a manager. I've had to deal in many cases. But I think that we're taking constructive criticism here on the fact that I'm not supporting somebody's personal points of view and trying to make that into harassment. And we all get frustrated. And I'm sorry if the tone of my emails or something were wrong, but my intention has always been and will always continue to be to correct wrongs. That's the way we're taught in the federal government, is to correct a wrong, not necessarily go punitive. So That's where I stand. I have no problem with a reprimand and training. I have no problem at all. But what I choose to do from this point forward has nothing to do with retaliation. I just think the people of the town need to know, where all these millions of dollars are going and the actions we're taking and the people that are being hurt by our actions. That's all I'm saying. That has nothing to do with retaliation. That's reality. That's all.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. It's a shame that Councillor Vane takes all this so lightly and is prepared to dismiss it at the wave of a hand, that it's not important.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm being suggested that I'm doing
I'm
something.
speaking now. Would you mind?
I am not taking this lightly.
That's
Just because you want to be a drama
Councillor
queen, I'm taking
Vane.
it lightly.
Sorry, enough.
Well, whatever. I'm not taking it lightly. I take this very seriously. I
No, you
don't
don't.
agree. I have said,
All right,
If
Councillor
Councillor
Vane,
Bothwell-
let Councillor Frank speak.
not if he's going to trash me and lie about me, sir.
He was,
With all due respect, he's not allowed to trash me unfairly and imply that I'm saying something I did not. I never once said I take this lightly. I said very, very clearly that I'm sorry Councillor Bothwell feels this way, but I was only trying to work with her. That's what I said. That's not light at all.
Who's got the floor here?
yes,
Obviously, I do. because I'm speaking on a point of order.
Councillor
Jordan,
Vane,
Jordan.
your point of order is finished now. We're
Randy
moving
Vane
on.
show?
All right, Councillor Frank,
I'm sorry, I was speaking,
Continue.
I was speaking and I wasn't pointing any fingers except to the fact that I'm speaking to this particular IC complaint. And I do feel that Councillor Vane has taken this very lightly. And we all must admit that that's the way he's coming across. Anyways, I'd just like to call the question, if that's okay, Mayor Jordan.
yes, the question's been called. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frank. Resolve the investigation report IC
Mayor Jordan,
1325.
if you would indulge me, can we split the question? There's two parts. I think Councillor Vane should be reprimanded and do the training, but I don't think he should be made to apologize if it's insincere. I'd like to split the question.
I'm not willing to modify my motion. I'm sorry. Councillor
The
Vane said
clerk,
5
the clerk,
times,
can you please
I don't
help with
care.
splitting the question?
I'm not willing to modify my motion. I'm not
To the
willing
clerk, can you
to
please
make any
explain how we
amendment.
split the question?
Yeah. Yeah, we're not modifying it. The councillor is correct. He has a right to split the question. Often multi-part questions or multi-part motions are asked to be split, and this way you can get a more accurate vote. Because if a certain councillor doesn't feel one way about one part of the motion, quite often at the region when we have multi-pronged resolutions, they are split and there's different votes on different parts of the motion. So it is procedurally correct, Councillor Vardy. So the clerk's just working on that now.
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor, if we've called the question and we're splitting the question, which question did we call the question to?
Well, since the question was called before they were split, I would rule that we've called the question to all of it now. So I'll read part one and first, and then read part two. Moved by Councillor Vardy.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
If we called the question, we need to have a vote on the call the question. So.
All right. Yes. So and then we need 2/3.
Yeah.
On
So
top of that, right? So the
hopefully
question's been called.
But yeah,
There's no more speakers anyway. So do we want to just move forward and not vote on the calling of the question?
that's where I was going, Mayor Jordan.
All right. Perfect. We can agree on that at least. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the investigation report IC 13251-0321 be received. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner in complaint IC 13251-0321 determined that Councillor Vane contravened section 4.1I and 12.1 of the Code of Conduct. And whereas a contravention of the Code of Conduct has been established, section 223.4 subsection 5 of the Municipal Act allows for only two potential penalties. One, a reprimand, or two, suspension of the remuneration paid to the member for up to 90 days. And whereas neither of these penalties provided by the Municipal Act afford any formal rehabilitation or assistance to change behaviors, and whereas council concurs with the Integrity Commissioner that councillors have vested interest in working in a pleasant and collaborative workplace, therefore be it resolved that council endorse the recommendation of the Integrity Commissioner impose a penalty of a formal reprimand against Councillor Vane, and that Councillor Vane be requested to voluntarily retake the workplace harassment and sensitivity training originally provided to members of council. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes, I agree to all the parts that are legally named under the Municipal Act. An apology is not. So yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
Need a mover and seconder for part B. Councillor Frake, Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Councillor Vane be requested to issue an immediate verbal apology to Councillor Bothwell for his behavior. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
Nope.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes, of course.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's defeated.
Need a mover and seconder for this, for report IC 13188-0321. Moved by Councillor Frake. Second, Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that investigation report IC 13188-0321 be received. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I read the resolution. Oh, Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I assume we're speaking to the second IC report, which is against yourself.
Yes, that's correct.
You know, it's interesting that once again we find Councillor Vane in the center of an investigation complaint. And, you know,
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, that was an irrelevant comment. There's no need for that. Like, show some professionalism for a change, will you?
You done?
Are you?
No.
Well, good.
All right, Councillor
Mayor,
Frake, you have the floor.
Here, Mr. Mayor, and if you could allow him to advise him of the proper protocol in council.
I'm gonna allow him to continue with his comments on this
And if
report.
he continues mentioning and dragging me through it, I will continue to rule with point of order. And I am also going to speak to this as well. Thank you.
Yeah, that's within your right.
And so is my point of order as within my rights if he tries to run me through the mud again when there's a lot on him.
Yes, as I said, that's within your rights, Councillor Vane. Councillor Frake, you have the floor.
And I say Councillor Vane in the center of this again because he was the the voice for the three folks that filed this report, which is namely Councillor Ritchie, Dunstill, and Councillor Vane. And I must admit that, after filing 19 allegations against the mayor, once again, after about 2 or 3 times after we've conversed with legal counsel who said it was not valid. The previous IC commissioner said this was frivolous, or it was actually trivial, if I remember correctly. And here we go, 3 councillors decide to go after Councillor Mayor Jordan again, and for 19 different infractions of either the Code of Conduct or MCIA, and each one of them were ruled out. What does that tell you? I mean, come on, guys, let's get a life and move on. I mean, this is embarrassing for our community and for council. So anyways, I do have a resolution which I pass on to Sarah Kim to read at some point in time after the debate is done. So anyway, thank you, Mayor Jordan.
All right, I can read your amendment now. Whereas the residents and voters of
Point
the
of
town
order, Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
He said he put an amendment out there, but there's no seconder, so you got to move on to the speakers for discussion.
I'll second it.
Yeah, we have Councillor Vardy as the seconder. Whereas the residents and voters of the town of Grimsby elected a council which they expected to be responsible, transparent, and accountable. And whereas Grimsby Town Council has a duty to inform their taxpayers on how their taxpayer dollars are spent, whereas there has been a significant amount of tax money expended towards internal and related legal activities and staff time, and therefore be it resolved, the town clerk is directed to compile a report outlining the expenditures related to all costs incurred by 2019-2021 Integrity Commissioner complaints to be presented to council at the next council meeting. Councillor Vane.
Point of
Thank
order,
you.
Mayor Jordan.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious how that's relevant to the IC investigation report 131880321.
Councillor Frank. Councillor Ritchie's asking the relevancy.
Well, it's, if I can find the section, it's noted in this particular report that the Integrity Commissioner has stated that he decided he would not go down certain roads here because of the cost attached to this report. I don't know where exactly it was, but it's in there. I can assure you of that. And I would like for these reports, which we continue to have, to be documented, and I would like to see the cost. I would like for the town to know how much money we're spending on these types of frivolous, silly complaints, rather than doing council business. So it's in the report, in this particular report. So yes, it is related. And how can you say that cost of these things are not related when they are?
Again, Mayor Jordan, we're talking on the agenda. We're talking about investigation report IC. If Councillor Frake wants to go back and give a cost on all reports, that's fine. He should do it properly, bring a notice of motion forward, and then we go to the next step. If he wanted to talk about the cost of this specific report, I think that's relevant. But to go and throw a general statement for all the reports, I do not think it's relevant to the agenda item investigation report IC 13188-0321.
Okay, just to keep.
All right. So actually, Councillor Frank, if I could speak on that, I'll just speak on that. Maybe it would be more appropriate to change that resolution to find out how much this report cost. Is that the direction that would be agreeable to both of you?
Let's do that, and I'll come back later with another motion on the overall cost.
All right, the clerk will change the wording to reflect that decision. Councillor Vane.
Thank you. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. I'm not going to get into reasons or whatever else, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and Mr. Maynard, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but this was dismissed as a nullity, I believe is the term. I'm trying to remember the term, which basically means that Councillor Sharp accidentally put in the wrong wording for a motion, and therefore we can't be used against you. But it doesn't change the fact or deny the fact that you disclosed closed session information to a third party who could benefit from that information and did benefit from that information. So I think that's very important to point out. So Councillor Fraikin.
Point of order.
How is that a broken procedure? There's nothing wrong with that.
Things that are not fact.
They are fact. Read the report. I did read the report, several of them.
Yes,
So-
and Charles Harnick deemed it trivial and inconsequential.
That's fine. You can speak it when your turn comes, but right now I'm trying to say that's Charles Harnick's opinion, but I think to the average individual,
Does the speaker not have to show some respect to the mayor?
the speaker can show whatever respect he wishes to, unlike yourself, it's not showing respect when I'm speaking. If you have a point of order, then speak a point of order. I just sent you what a point of order is, just so you clarify for you. What I'm trying to say here is I'm not trying to show any disrespect to the mayor. Again, I have never had a problem with the mayor. I campaign for the mayor. So I've never had a problem. I don't appreciate the fact that the mayor, sit here and just instead of like, if he had apologized in the beginning, I would have walked away from this. And that's all I'm trying to say is I felt this was serious enough that it had to be brought to light. I have nothing against Mayor Jordan. Never have, never will. He's a good guy. I just think he made a mistake here. That's all I'm saying. And I know you find that funny because you don't understand how politics really works and you don't, not professional like I am, and that's fine. So I understand that. But Mayor Jordan, this is not personal. Please do not take this as being personal towards you. It is not. There was a time when I considered you a friend. And so we have a lot of the same allegiances. So please don't ever think anything I'm doing to anybody is personal, because it's not. I joined this council to do good for the community. And that's all I'm trying to do. I want to move on. I want to get past this garbage. I'm tired of all this. So I have nothing against you. I don't care how this IC found. I knew he was going to find this way. You know what? We all know why. So let's not beat around the bush here, okay? So I'll leave it at that, and I thank you. And I expect you will comment as well. Thank you so much.
Councillor Vardy.
Sorry, Mayor Jordan, just before,
Oh, yes, go
if you
ahead.
don't mind, I believe there was a question in there for me. I'm not sure if that was a question, or if it was a rhetorical question or not. So I was wondering if Councillor Vane could just clarify whether he wanted me to answer something or not.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I really do appreciate it. And I know a lot of people are trying to twist the things I'm saying. I really do appreciate everything. I've always said you're very thorough at what you do. I'm just trying to explain, in my opinion anyways, I felt that you had found that it was a nullity, I believe the word is. I can't remember the exact word, which basically says because a wrong motion was put in. And that's fine. And we knew that all along. But we just thought there might be something there. That's all. It's not an attack or a fight. And I'm not challenging you. I just felt it was that point had to be brought forward. The point I was trying to make to the mayor was that because the wrong motion was put in by Councillor Sharp, which was purely accidental and was tried to be corrected and then was stopped by another councillor from being corrected, it still doesn't take away the problem. And that's what I'm upset about, is what happened. That's all. And it had nothing to do with your report. Your report was excellent, and I thank you for that. Both of them were excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure where to begin, other than to say that all this has to stop, that people need to refrain and instead of trying to find that gotcha moment or the procedural hiccup, why can't we just try to move issues forward as a council? This has just gotten so out of hand. We don't have to like each other, but we do have to work together. And these kinds of complaints that, they're just costly, they're time wasters, they're energy suckers, like they have no positive purpose to them all. And even if I look at the first complaint we discussed, the counselor said several times doesn't care. So let's just drop any pretense of liking each other or saying how much we like each other, or you're my friend, or you're my buddy, or this or that. And let's just start working together and stop all this silly business, stop all these points of order that just slow everything down, and just try to get on with the business of the town. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. So I just want to put all this code of conduct complaint stuff in the mirror. I haven't made any complaints, and I don't want to spend any more time on them. So I'm not going to vote in favor of this motion. I like everyone on council. I can work with everyone here. I'm a councillor. We don't always agree, and that's totally fine. But I think that supporting this will just drag it out longer. So I'm not going to support it. But I look forward to all of us getting along. Thank you.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I'll echo Councillor Sharp's comments, but I also wanted to make a point that, as it was brought up, that when Charles Harnick found that things were trivial and consequential, and we asked the comment if he looked in to see if any costs were associated with discussing closed session information, he said he did not. And that was the part that we sent back to look into it, and there was costs. And that's something that, that again, when we're looking at policy and procedure, money was spent that should not have been spent, never had authorized by council, and never should have happened. And that's why this complaint came up, because when you go back to the tapes and you hear the comments, I'm not going to go through the report, you know, but when you see it, it just means like, yeah, you know what, I did it and maybe I'll do it again. That's the feeling I got. Not that you would do that, but that's kind of the feeling that I got. So that's where it was a little offensive. And again, like I said, because we're not spending our money, we're spending the taxpayers' money, and we should be accountable for that. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the investigation report IC 13188-0321 be received and that the town clerk be directed to provide all costs in relation to this report. Recorded vote.
Can we split the question, please?
Yep, it's being split. Yep. Who's the mover and second? Frank and Vardy? Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the investigative report IC 13188-0321 be received. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Frank,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
Second part of the resolution, moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the town clerk be directed to provide all costs in relation to this report. Recorded vote.
Mr. Mayor, you're echoing.
Yeah, the clerk's microphone was on. I think that was the problem, and it's been corrected.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Frank,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
Through Mayor, thank you for your time,
Yes.
everybody. Have a good
Yes,
night.
Michael, thank you very much for coming out and witnessing everything about this. You have a good evening. Thank you, and again, have a good night.
I wasn't missing a Blue Jays game tonight, unfortunately.
Yes,
So,
unfortunately, yes, that was too bad
if
yesterday.
there's a silver lining to them being out, it's, that I'm not missing it.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right. Have a
night,
good
everyone.
evening. All right. Yes, now we're moving to section 7.4A, report PA 2141, grant program applications report that was lifted. Need a mover and seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report PA 21-41 regarding the recommendation of the town of Grimsby enter into a facade improvement grant agreement with Boondog Incorporated, care of Kevin Lejutenstein, or Jutenheisen, sorry, for 3135 Main Street West, a facade improvement grant agreement with Chris Mindorf for 28 Main Street East, and a designated heritage property grant agreement with Niagara Enterprises Incorporation, care of Amy Whitney, 262 Main Street West, be received. That the facade improvement grant for 31 to 35 Main Street West, FIP 21-01 for $20,000 combined regional and municipal contribution be approved to the following conditions. The owner of 31 to 35 Main Street West to enter into a facade improvement grant agreement with the town, and the owner of 31 to 35 Main Street West is to provide final details of building materials and facade improvement processes for review and approval by the town of Grimsby planning staff. That the facade improvement grant for 28 Main Street East, FIP 21-02 for $10,000 combined with regional and municipal contribution to be approved subject to the following conditions. The owner of 28 Main Street East is to enter into a facade improvement grant agreement with the town, and the owner of 28 Main Street East provide final details of building materials and facade improvement processes for review and approval by the town of Grimsby planning staff. That the designated heritage property grant application for 262 Main Street West, HG 21-01 for $30,000 combined regional and municipal contribution for the masonry restoration be endorsed and subject to the following condition. The owner applicant provide final restoration details for review and approval by the town of Grimsby planning staff prior to conducting restoration work, and that the facade improvement grant program applications as well as the designated heritage property grant program application be forwarded to the council for approval, and that the town of Grimsby planning staff prepare the grant agreements to be signed by the applicant, the mayor, and the town clerk. Questions or comments? Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. This is great news. I'm really happy to see that Kevin and Harmony Jewelers are taking some initiative to improve the downtown. It's nice to see that older building get some refacing of the brick, or I'm not exactly sure what they're doing, but I'm happy to see the improvements and the work that they've done in the community space there. So thank you for doing that, taking that initiative, and we're happy to help through this grant from us in the region. That's all. Thanks.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. As well, I'm pleased to see the work that and care that our community is taking towards our heritage properties. The Heritage Grant, property grant for 262 Main Street West did come to the Heritage Grimsby Committee at the last meeting. We were able to review the grant and look at the works that were proposed and move that forward. The other two did not come to the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee, and I'm just a little unclear why they didn't, because previously the Heritage Grimsby has had input to other properties. This 31 to 35 is on the Heritage Register, and it is actually adjacent to a designated heritage property. And we have previously commented on facade improvements, downtown facade improvements for 53 Ontario, 14 Elizabeth Street, which is not a designated property, 32 Main Street, the Toujours, which is not a designated property, and 1 Main Street, which was the former Moto. So I guess I'm fine with this, but I really think that the eyes of the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee should be on these two reviewing these two facade improvement ideas as well. So can I ask that, and staff may, if Antonetta or Walter could comment on this, I would be happier if 2B and 3B said that the owner will provide final details of building materials and facade improvement processes for review to the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee and approval by Town of Grimsby planning staff. Same with 3B, that for review by Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee and approval by Town of Grimsby. And that way the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee can make contributions to reviewing these applications on these significant heritage properties in our downtown, as we have on previous applications. So Bianca, maybe you could comment on that. Thank you.
Bianca, good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Through the mayor. So the property there at I'm sorry, I don't have the actual address, but the Home Hardware building, that one there is on the Municipal Heritage Register. And so under the Ontario Heritage Act, Section 27, Part subsection 9, for these properties, we have demolition control. So if it's an alteration, we don't have the means to force alteration to be reviewed by council. It's only demolition. And I just wanted to give some additional clarification. So traditionally in those styles of building, they had a beam in post construction. And the idea was that as trends came, the glass could be updated. So the structure itself will not be altered in any way. It's just the windows being updated. And then there's two openings that were originally windows. And then they were replaced with a harder brick over time. So this is actually best for the building that the windows be reinstated, but that is not a heritage fabric, the infill there. And other than that, the structure, I believe they said they would be just making sure that if strengthening was needed, that it could be done, but those buildings are designed to take those changes. So from a structural standpoint, there's no concerns.
So I appreciate that, Bianca, thank you. But I'm confused because we have commented on other just facade improvements. The Elizabeth Street one, I think, was signage and maybe a bit of a porch thing. The motto was just the windows and doing the murals on them. The tour jour was similar, windows, bricking, and signage. So because it's all in our heritage district in our downtown, I think the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee has previously commented and has, like, I know it's not required, but I thought that, like, how do we know which ones are going to come to us and which aren't when these are like next to designated heritage buildings? And usually when there's an impact of some kind to an adjoining building, we're at least made aware. So I know you're saying it's not substantial, but just looking at the designs, there is some significant changes being made to the facade. So is there a way, I'd like to see that these do go to the Heritage Grimsby just for review. I'm not saying that and of course we are only an advisory committee, but it just makes sense to me that these are key heritage buildings. It's on the Heritage Register, and not 28 Main, but the 31 to 35 is. So I'd like that amendment to go into 2B and 2C to vote on. If the clerk could prepare that, that would be appreciated. Because I think if anything, these are two that should come to the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee. That's just my feeling, Bianca.
Okay. Through the mayor, if I could just add one additional thing. I just wanted to add, so when we had added the 140 properties, we had brought forward in the report that it would be alterations would be not brought to council as per the Heritage Act, and then demolitions would be brought to council per the Heritage Act. And that was just to help us streamline that, because the notion of coming to heritage was a precedent. It's not enforceable. So because we added so many new properties to the register, that was something we were trying to mainstream, so that we weren't bringing every single alteration to the committee. And then the other notion was we had heard that potentially the grant programs were potentially being canceled. So we were doing everything in our power to move those along to make sure that the heritage properties were able to receive their funding, and there was no immediate threat to any of the designated building, because all work it's not affecting the actual structure of the building. They're replacing the windows. And like I said, that was the intention of the construction of the buildings. It's rather minor alterations.
Thank you. I totally understand that. And it's not that we would say of the 140 properties that they all have to come to us for approval for anything. No, this is because it's specifically related to a grant that I'm asking. And it's when these grants have come forward, they have come to the Heritage Committee in the past. So for downtown properties, whether they were on the register or not even on the register, if there was a grant application, it still came forward to the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee. So it's not that I'm saying that anytime anybody has an alteration, it's specifically with respect to this grant. And these are ones on the register, one is next to it and actually designated property. So I just feel that it's relevant in my mind. And that's why I'd like to put that forward. I think I mentioned at Heritage, it would be great if we can have a report from staff as to how many other individuals put forward requests for these grants. Because if it's competitive, it would be interesting to know how you're scoring them and how you choose who gets put forward to council. If there's some type of an assessment tool that you use for these grants. So I don't know if I need to put another motion with respect to this, just that staff can come back at a future meeting with, because it's too late now, I guess, to say that there might have been 10 other people lined up, or unless you can tell me that, Bianca, if there were other applicants who put forward for these grants.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan. That's again off topic here. We're talking about the grants that were given here.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the facade grants. If there was anyone else that applied for the grants that wasn't successful, and
It's
these
not before us right now. It's not before us is what I'm saying. So it's not a topic of conversation.
I'm just trying to understand how these names came to us, if there were any other applicants or not.
They applied. I don't know what else to say.
All right, well, this is something, Councillor Bothwell, we can take up at whether it be at Heritage or a subsequent meeting. I think I understand where you're going, but yes, it is getting a bit off topic. Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jordan. Great report. I mean, when we approved these buildings to go onto this Heritage Committee, if I'm hearing this correctly, and we stated that alterations did not have to come, didn't have to go through a process to get approval. I look and think now, by sending this to the Heritage Committee, one, are we micromanaging every single thing that happens or over monitoring every single thing that happens in this town when we've already said we are not going to be doing this, when we've already passed the motion? And moving that forward, I think that would be a reconsideration if we've actually put a motion saying that it doesn't need to go there. So when I look at these things here, I think anything to help improve the looks of the town and all the rest, I'm all for it. I like it a lot, but I just can't go and support this over monitoring. What I feel is over monitoring or micromanaging all these projects. They want to improve their buildings. I'm very supportive of that. I think it's fantastic. But again, when we passed these buildings on the register, and like Bianca just stated to us, that they didn't have to go through that process to meet unless it was demolition, then I think that we need to do our end of the bargain as well and adhere to that. And simply sending all this to additional processes, one thing that I know with Heritage that there's a big complaint is when it comes to Heritage, it always consumes a lot of time. And now trying to send this back to the Heritage Committee, there's going to be I don't know when the next meeting is, but this month, then it's got to go to the next committee of the whole, then it's got to go to the next council, and we're delaying all these things even further. So I'm going to support this as is, because I just can't.
Just a point of clarification, Councillor Ritchie. It's not sending it back to the Heritage.
It's asking for their opinion.
It's sending the information back to the Heritage Committee for information.
For information, exactly. So
yeah, for information purposes. So the Heritage sees how.
So they can have comment
arrived
on it.
At that.
Yeah, so they can have comment on it. But the reality is that it's in.
Councillor Ritchie,
Mayor Jordan,
I'm trying to explain this to you, that they're actually doing it not to have Heritage comment. It's being passed tonight. It's not unpassing it. It's to get the information back to the Heritage Committee. So
it's
just that they have the information. I believe that's all Councillor
Thank you.
Bothwell is asking for.
Point of order. Thank you, Mayor. That is totally correct. It is
So if
not
they-
really the
to have
grant.
the information, then they can read the report. That's accessible to everyone.
No, it's to review the building
To
material.
review it. That's
But
the question. See, that's the problem. So to review the material is very dangerous.
After the grant is approved.
Yeah, it's not holding the grant up, Councillor Ritchie.
But again, they don't need to send it to the Heritage Committee because it doesn't need to go there.
Well,
Because we've already, so it would be a reconsideration of a motion if we're going to add an additional step to it.
it's not adding an additional step. It's sending the information back to the Heritage Committee.
I'll ask Bianca a question. Bianca, does it have to go back to Heritage, to the Heritage Committee? I believe you've already answered this.
Through you, the chair. The whole notion of putting things, clearing that up for the register was that we had a definite decision. If it was an alteration, it didn't have to come to council. And then if it was a demolition, then it would come to council. And the other thing I was going to add is we do have grant agreements for these and that follow all these steps. So nowhere does it say that Heritage Committee has to be consulted. When it's a designated building, it's a different situation because like materials and like it's much more detailed and we have protections under the act for all of the designated attributes. So we have to give opinions on the brick and all these different things. But with the register, we don't have that kind of protection. It's just demolition control. And this is purely an alteration. And in the past, they may have brought it forward for facade improvement grants, but again, it's a precedent. There's nothing that states that. And that was something we were trying to streamline because now we do have an influx in properties.
So again, so my point is when we pass that with the intent, when we put those buildings on there, now it would be a reconsideration and send it to the Heritage Committee. Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Well, I think Councillor Ritchie pretty much said a lot of what I was going to say. I just, I appreciate we have these advisory committees to give their opinions and advice, but too many times I've seen things sent back, you know, and I question why, and I agree with Councillor Ritchie. We really, you know what, like Bianca said, there's no need for it. It doesn't need to be done. There's no law for it, no regulation for it. So we don't need to do it. So why we're even having a discussion of this, I don't know. But everything that has heritage, you know, within a 10-mile radius doesn't need to go back to the Heritage Committee for opinions or for information, whatever. They can read our minutes like anybody else can. So I do have to agree with Councillor Ritchie. I think we're getting a little bit overkill here. And I've said this before, that I think too much emphasis is being put on this advisory committee. And I think we need to remember that these are advisory committees and we look to these people for their opinions and their expertise, and a lot of these people are very talented and very knowledgeable, and I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, we were elected to make these decisions. We were elected to make sure the town stays in order, and I agree with Councillor Ritchie. So I'm going to go along with that. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think the only thing that I'd like to see is the criteria with which you use to prioritize facade grants when you have more applications and money. And I believe that's a policy question. And I would appreciate you being able to provide council with that information. So not trying to micromanage, but I would like to know the criteria that's used to make your determinations. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you for your comments and report on that, Yannicka. So I guess where I'm a little bit concerned that and I do respect what staff has said, especially these times, when a contractor is quoting and buying materials, is there any delays to sending some of these things back to the Heritage Group? Because you talk to any contractor, anybody that's doing any renovations, anybody that's buying any new appliances, you can't get stuff, on a decent timeline when you want to do these projects. So I guess that's just my concern, that would there be any delay in for these grant applicants they want to do the great things to their buildings. That's all. Is there any delay if we send it back or whatever? That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe the way it's worded right now, and go ahead, Bianca, but I can't see there being a delay, or we can separate these two out and vote on it separately by all means. So go ahead, Bianca. Sorry.
Thank you, through the mayor. To actually move forward with the grant agreement tonight would be in the best interest of the applicants, as we currently there's a potential threat of the regional contributions. They're reviewing it. We haven't received a confirmation that it is in fact remaining, or if it is not remaining. We've heard kind of both sides of it. So we've been actively trying to move these forward. So that was some of the ideas around the streamlining as well, just to move these along. And I'm happy to provide Heritage Committee with an update, and that I typically provide those in the status sheet. So I'm happy to keep them on board about that. I just worry with asking for details on materials is when I communicate to the homeowners that they're being added to the register, that's not something that I say will be happening. I stick strictly with the act. So I'm just thinking in good faith that it would probably be best practice that we just streamline it with the act and avoid the precedents.
Thank you, Bianca. Councillor Bothwell.
Just quickly, it's unfortunate that these diagrams and these applications didn't come to our committee at the last meeting with the third application. If we received all of them at that time, we could have just quickly had a look at it as well. They didn't come to us at all, so this information just might have been helpful at that time, just for information purposes, Bianca, if we'd had it at the same time as the Heritage Grant. That's all. It's just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll read the original motion. So it's separated into two parts now. Moved by Councillor Bothwell and second by Councillor Frey. Resolved that report PA 2141 regarding the recommendation that the town of Grimsby enter into a facade improvement grant agreement with Boondog Incorporated for 31 to 35 Main Street West, a facade improvement grant agreement with Chris Mindor for 28 Main Street East, and a designated heritage property grant agreement with Niagara Enterprises Incorporated, care of Amy Whitney, 262 Main Street West, be received. Two, that the facade improvement grant for 3135 Main Street West, FIP 21-01 for $20,000 combined regional and municipal contribution approved subject to the following conditions. The owner of 31 to 35 Main Street West has entered into a facade improvement grant agreement with the town, and the owner of 31 to 35 Main Street West is to provide final details of the building materials and facade improvement process to review and approval by the town of Grimsby planning staff. That the facade improvement grant for 28 Main Street East, FIP 21-02 for $10,000 combined regional and municipal contribution be approved subject to the following conditions. The owner of 28 Main Street East is to enter into a facade improvement grant agreement with the town. The owner of 28 Main Street East provide final details of building materials and facade improvement processes for review and approval by town of Grimsby planning staff. That designated heritage property grant application for 262 Main Street West, HG 21-01 for $30,000 combined regional and municipal contribution for the masonry restoration to be endorsed subject to the following conditions. The owner applicant provide final restoration details for review and approval by the town of Grimsby planning staff prior to conducting restoration work, and that the facade improvement grant program applications as well as the designated heritage property grant program application be forwarded to the council for approval, and that the town of Grimsby planning staff prepare the grant agreements to be signed by the applicant, the mayor, and the town clerk. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Dunst, Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
Yes.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
Yes.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, and the second part of the resolution, moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that sections 2B and 3B of the resolution for report PA 21-41 be provided to the Heritage Committee for information.
Point of clarity, Mr. Mayor.
Voted vote, yes.
So we're just providing that to the Heritage Committee for information. So with the first part, we're not looking for any feedback whatsoever because we already just gave approval.
Absolutely. It's
So
just getting the information there.
Just to pass it along for them to look at it, but we don't expect comments because the comments aren't going to matter, correct?
Well, that's correct.
So why can't they just look at it on their agenda? Why?
Well, we have a resolution on the floor, so we'll vote on it.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp, Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That was a yes, that's carried.
So again, point of clarity, Mayor Jordan. So planning staff does not need any approval from the Heritage Committee to go forward with the first part of the motion, correct?
We approve the resolution, and
Right.
As I said before, and I'll say it again, yes. Moving to report 11.2A, report BYL 21-09 firearms and bows discharge bylaw deferred from September 27th. Henry, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council, for inviting me back. I just have a short presentation here just to show some of the changes. I've also invited Brian McCrae, our local expert here, just in case you have any questions related to hunting or related to a field where he is more of an expert than I am in. So I'm just going to share my screen here. How's that? Okay, sounds good. So back on the meeting on September 27th, there was some questions about the mapping. So this is the previous map right here. So this shows what was presented at the last council meeting of September 27th, which had the allowable areas for bow discharge below the mountain. And so this is our new proposed map where we have outlined the more dense rural areas below the escarpment there that do fit in that kind of description of denser urban areas where we do not want the discharge of bows. So just to follow up with that, these were some of the main questions that we had. So hunting in the escarpment, I followed up with the enforcement officer for the NEC, by first name basis Kevin, who basically had stated that they would not be giving permission for hunting on escarpment-owned lands. It would be coming from the MNR if that land was not owned by a individual property owner at that time. And then for the Sunday gun hunting, staff did take a deeper look into it, and we did find a resolution where staff had passed on April 18th, 2000, sorry, that should say 2005, my apologies on that, that staff had passed a resolution allowing for Sunday gun hunting. So upon follow-up with Mr. McCrae on Sunday gun hunting, he had voiced the same thing, that a resolution was required to allow or disallow for the Sunday gun hunting. And so below I provided the resolution there. And then earlier today, I was given a letter from the John Brisbane of Fish and Wildlife Branch, where it basically stated that this does not impact our bylaw. So within the letter specifically that was sent around to all councillors, it did state that the Sunday gun hunting was not going to be affecting the local municipal bylaw. So at this time, I can take any questions if there's any more questions or if there's any more clarification needed for anything.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. I just have a quick question from a resident who contacted me. It was about Grimsby Tackle. I think they end up in one of the little red areas by Oaks Road. I'm not 100% sure because the map is a little bit small, but it wasn't from Grimsby Tackle. It was from a resident or a customer maybe of Grimsby Tackle. And they were concerned about people that buy bows and crossbows from Grimsby Tackle. And if they want to like set up a target out back to for them to test that, obviously in a safe manner against a berm or against a I don't know, brick wall or something, but would that be allowed? Is Grimsby Tackle in the red area, first of all?
So I just take a double check here upon the specific one. So Grimsby Tackle, from my best vision, just looking at it quick, Grimsby Tackle would fall within the allowable discharge, but they would have to comply with provincial and federal regulations upon safe discharge of a firearm, and they would have to be compliant from the chief firearms officer as a shooting range at that point. So that would need approval from the chief firearms officer as well.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking about bows and crossbows, not.
Yeah, yeah, they would have to comply, my apologies, with provincial and federal regulations. But if Brian McRae has a better answer,
I'm sure they would.
Invite Brian to answer that.
I think you answered my question. I don't think that they're in the red area, so they could shoot a bow. I'm talking about like if you buy a bow from Grimsby Tackle or a crossbow and you want to provide, I don't know if they do or don't let you test shoot it, but if they did, I'm sure they would be of the utmost safety at mind. So thanks, that answers my question.
Brian, you had a comment? I think you're muted.
Oh, there we go. My mic isn't working. I apologize. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Just for quick clarification on ranges, you are right, Councillor Sharp. Archery ranges do not have to be certified by the Chief Firearms Office. That would be just gun ranges, so they would not need CFO approval for an archery range. But obviously, back to your points are very well taken. That obviously discharging a bow in a safe manner with all the necessary precautions are obviously go hand in hand with that.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. After our last meeting, I did look up the city of Hamilton, Thorold, Lincoln's, East Gwillimbury, a few other ones. And since Mr. McRae worked extensively on the Thorold and the Hamilton ones, there was a couple of gaps that I found in ours that I think are critical that we should be putting into our draft bylaw. The question came up about a distance from a dwelling, and it's not federally or provincially regulated. It needs to be incorporated within the municipal bylaw. And as a result, both Hamilton and Thorold have put in the definition of a dwelling unit and some restrictions about discharge within a particular distance from a dwelling unit. For instance, Hamilton says they also prohibit, for the purpose of this section, a prohibited area is any of the following, and it says land zoned residential. And lands within a rural settlement area. So they restricted even then to zoning, but they also say No person shall discharge or cause to be discharged a firearm within 100 meters of any of the following locations: prohibited area, any occupied dwelling, building, or structure, except with the express consent of an owner or occupier of the dwelling, building, or structure, and above within 50 meters of any of one of the following locations: any occupied dwelling, building, or structure, except with the express consent of the owner or occupier. And Thorold's as well is 150 meters of any property used for the purposes of a school, place of worship, day nursery, community center, and within 150 meters of any area where hunting is prohibited without the express permission, and within 150 meters of any dwelling other than a dwelling owned by a lawfully occupied person discharging the firearm or a person having express permission. So each of them adds that additional protection for the public by having a buffer distance set. And I really feel that that's critical that we put in this bylaw. I also am very uncomfortable with the bow discharge below the escarpment, the drip line of the escarpment or the base of the escarpment in the urban settlement area. It's just as powerful, just as dangerous. I know people are responsible. I know that there are a lot of sport enthusiasts, but I think that there are many opportunities in areas within Grimsby that bow hunting can take place, and I just don't feel it's appropriate within the highly populated urban area below the escarpment. So if that yellow line was moved to the base of the escarpment, I would have no problem. I do where it is currently situated, and without having the buffer zones put in as per other model bylaws that have those restrictions, as well as additional restrictions that are even just to ensure the public safety. Considering we're in an urban area, to me, that buffer zone is critical. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Otherwise, it's great. You put a lot of work into it, but I think there's a few more refinements. So I would like to put a motion to refer it back to staff to add the buffer zones, taking the best practices from Thorold or Hamilton and reviewing it again and coming back with another draft.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a referral motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report BYL 21-09 be referred back to staff to amend the buffer zone based on best practices. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cowell,
You actually have some discussion, but sure, yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
No.
Councillor Vane,
As I know Grimsby tackle, no, I don't think it's necessary.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
that's carried.
Thank you, Henry, and thank you, Brian. I'm sure we'll see you again now. So have a good evening. Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just somehow out of courtesy, as some motions are brought forward, you can maybe allow some discussion.
That's the
I
point.
know, I feel like I was blindsided this time. I really do. I do have a question about the Sunday hunting.
All right, well, if Henry's still here and Brian McRae are still here, they may be able to ask you that. It was just following procedure. When a deferral motion comes to the floor, debate is halted and the deferral motion is dealt with.
Sometimes there's a courtesy to allow maybe to wait and allow some councilors the opportunity to speak. Yeah, if I may, Mr. Mayor, through Henry or Brian, can you, again, I just read through the report with regards to the Sunday hunting. So, and I apologize, I just want to get clarity on this. Is there Sunday hunting allowed, or, because I seem to remember back in around, I got elected in 2006, so it was just after this in 2005, that there was discussion, was it just that afternoon you were allowed to do it, or I apologize, but I want to be clear on this. I know it's going to be deferred. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Brian McCray would be better to answer this question.
Doesn't appear your mic is working, Brian.
There you go.
All right.
There,
sorry, I'm having a little few challenges here. So back in 2005, the OFAH worked in partnership with Ontario Federation of Agriculture and the formerly Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, at that time Ministry of Natural Resources, to work on securing Sunday gun hunting in southern Ontario. So basically anything south of the French River. Anything north of the French River has always had Sunday gun hunting. At that time, the three partners worked collectively together, and ministry approved the ability for municipalities to approve Sunday gun hunting through the course of a resolution to allow them all to kind of make the decision whether or not to proceed at that time or not. So based on the resolution that Henry found there, and thanks for putting that up, Henry, this would have been from the initial phase. So when this initially took place, the ministry went to all councils in Southern Ontario and gave them the opportunity to pass the resolution right off the start, which would have started in the fall of September of 2006. So at that time, they would have made the decision in 2005. The Sunday gun hunting maps are only updated twice annually on March 31st and August 31st of each year. And a resolution is needed to pass. We've had examples before where councils have passed a resolution, but never forwarded it to the ministry at the time. And it actually just got delayed because without the final approval of the minister, herself or himself, it doesn't get put through to the paperwork. So at that time, judging by the date, it was 2005 on the initial phase that Grimsby permitted it.
Thank you for the history lesson, Brian. Much appreciated.
You're very welcome.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you. Just to add to that, if Brian can clarify, when I looked up which zones had Sunday gun hunting, when that concerted effort went out by the province and OFA to get it. At the time, hunting was restricted during the week. Is that correct? And the Sunday was a day of rest. And the intent was specific and more. The intent was more where a municipality already had approved gun hunting and wasn't in a prohibition status, that they would then extend the hunting to Sundays as well, which was a day of rest technically. Is that the intent? And also, is it your experience that municipalities that, for instance, Hamilton permits gun hunting in certain areas, but doesn't have Sunday gun hunting, and other municipalities that prohibit firearms, like us, which we don't have a valid firearms bylaw at the time, all of a sudden approved Sunday hunting only? How did that work?
So great question. So obviously I can't speak to the history that this all kind of came to be before my times with Federation. I started in 2009, but you're right. So when Sunday gun hunting initially came to be in Southern Ontario in particular, Sundays were viewed much differently, as we all know. Sundays at that time were very much a day of rest. In a lot of cases, you couldn't go shopping down at the stores on Sundays, so much more was closed. Obviously, as times have changed and things have evolved, people's lifestyles have changed with that, and Sundays are really just another day of the week for most. So what Sunday gun hunting was, it was an initiative basically about opportunity, to give the folks an opportunity to choose what they wanted to do any day of the week, to give landowners and farmers the ability to hunt with their family on a Sunday if they so choose. And obviously this day and age is even more prevalent than always, with people working multiple jobs, working shift work, et cetera, et cetera. With regards to the municipalities that haven't passed it, you are right. City of Hamilton has not approved it as of yet. I've actually had I've made a couple presentations to them probably over the past 6 or 7 years. We did discuss it when we did our massive discharge of firearms bylaw review, which came to an end in 2019. That started in 2017. Ultimately, it's a different discussion amongst council. What we have seen is municipalities are slowly coming on board. As I said, we started with 67 initially in 2006, and we're now at 187. The vast majority of municipalities, and when you look at Ontario as a whole, have approved it. Specifically in Southern Ontario, we are chipping away with municipalities coming on board. At the end of the day, it is at the discretion and wishes of the constituents, and obviously council makes the decision for them based on what they are hearing. But we are seeing more and more municipalities in Southern Ontario pass resolutions. As for the history of Grimsby, I'm sorry, I don't have that history, but ultimately that would have happened back in 2005.
Thanks. I just found it really odd that a municipality that prohibited firearms would approve gun hunting on a Sunday. I just found that really weird, considering even in 2008, when they reviewed the bylaw again, they still didn't amend it, and it still prohibited firearms, and nothing came up about Sunday gun hunting then. So appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry and Brian, and good evening. Now moving to section 13, correspondence, administration and finance, Niagara Region correspondent consultation response, further policy development, and Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Minister's letter to heads of council. Mover and second. Oh, Councillor Bothwell, comments?
I sent the clerk a motion to go with the policy development on Niagara Regional Plan 36/2021. So if it can be lifted, just so that the motion can be read separately. Thank you.
All right, so noted. So the other correspondence need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that the correspondence under administration and finance pertaining to Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Minister's letter to heads of council, construction noise be received. All in favor? Councillor Vane? That's carried. All right, so it's this one, right? Not that one. All right. So we have Councillor Bothwell as the mover on the other piece of correspondence. The seconder, Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Whereas Council for the Town of Grimsby duly approved Resolution CW 21-287, moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report PA 21-39 updated on Niagara Regional Official Plan and Grimsby Official Plan revision dated September 27, 2021 be received, and the region be requested to consider expansions of the settlement area boundary in the area south of the QE along Kelson Avenue. And whereas the approved resolution removed from the recommendation in the region the parcels north of the QE along Kelson Avenue. Therefore, be it resolved that the Town of Grimsby does not support settlement area boundary expansion for the Kelson Avenue North rural parcels identified as follows. Sabre ID 1067, also identified as PIN 460000081, and Sabre ID 1006, also identified as pins 4600000013 and 4600000014. And further, that council requests the region remove Sabre IDs 1067 and 1006 and the lands contained therein from any further consideration, and that this be communicated to the region, the PEDC Chair, Diana Houston, and all local municipalities within the region. Recorded vote. Oh, Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just listening to that motion, I'm going to just say it flat out. I have no idea what I'm voting for here. I think it's would have been great to have a little bit of notice as to what this motion was all about, so I'd have an idea. So I can't support what I don't know. So I'd like to see this deferred, so we at least have some time to obtain the information and make an educated decision here. So I'm going to put a motion to defer this.
You have a motion on the floor already, Mr. Mayor?
We do.
Yes, and I can put a motion to defer this.
Can I give point of order? Can I provide clarification to Councillor Ritchie?
Yes, I'll allow clarification.
Just so you know, you can provide clarification, but I'm still going to want to see it. You know, I just can't go and sit there and say, yeah, all these numbers and all these areas and all this other stuff. You know, there's more to it, and I hope that you would at least just respect that. I'm not saying I'm against it, but I can't say I'm for it either.
So it's in reference to the previous minutes where we passed.
I second that motion to defer.
That's fine. Thank you, Councillor Sharp. I just wanted to clarify.
I was asking Mayor Jordan.
I'm clarifying.
Yes, and we already determined that we were allowing Councillor Bothwell clarification.
So this correspondence is supplementary to the last motion that we passed on the recommendation from planning staff on the settlement area boundary expansions. And this is to clarify that recommendation because it was not, the region accepted settlement area boundary comments only till October 1st. And there was no indication that this information was actually communicated to the region. This is to confirm the resolution council passed and to communicate it to the region because the deadline was October 1st. If we delay it again, the potential is that the region will not get our information in a timely manner, which we did pass on September 27th. And this is confirmation of that resolution.
Thank you for your clarification, Councillor Bothwell.
If I may respond, then if we've already passed it, why are we doing it again? Why are we double, triple checking to make sure they got our information when we've already passed something?
Because there was nothing in there for planning staff to respond, and planning staff did not respond to the October 1st deadline. So we need to, the town needs to, every other municipality did, and we didn't respond to it.
It's the potential of the same thing as the Livingston Avenue extension, where council's decision was ignored by the region, and the region went through with something anyway. And council already passed this, and we want our information to get to the region, and it hasn't been sent to the region.
Right. So we already passed this before, but again, there's nothing that stipulates they even have to accept this because we've missed the deadline. Correct?
If it gets to the region for planning, then it will be considered.
I'm sorry, it's too much for me just to turn around and support. Like I don't know where this is all coming from. So that's all I'm saying to you. I wish we had received it in advance. This is some of the, this is just something to me that if a motion that written up that well should have been passed to us all so we could look at it. We supported the other motion. Why wouldn't it be circulated?
We have the motion to defer on the floor, moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp.
Mr. Mayor.
The motion, Councillor Vardy, the motion to defer is on the floor. We'll vote on that. And
can I get a point of clarification?
You can try.
Well, it's just clarification. I thought Councillor Ball made her motion first.
A motion to defer supersedes the original motion. So we vote on the motion to defer.
Even though it was made before the motion to defer?
Yes, procedurally, a motion to defer supersedes. Okay. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the resolution in regards to the correspondence in regards to PD 36-2021 be deferred. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cowell?
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie,
Yes.
Counselor Sharp,
Yes.
Counselor Bain,
Yes.
Counselor Vardy,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
That's defeated.
All right, now we go to the original motion and we can continue debating on that. Counselor Vardy.
Yeah, I just find it curious that Councillor Ritchie would talk about motions that weren't presented in advance when historically he has
Point of order,
presented
Mayor Jordan.
so many motions.
Point of order, Mayor Jordan.
Counselor
on the
Vardy,
table.
Counselor Vardy, it's off topic. All right.
It's insulting.
Wow.
Well, it's
Counselor
well,
Vardy.
I'm sorry.
Enough.
I
Counselor
apologize
Vardy,
that
go back
Councillor
to
Ritchie
topic.
feels insulted.
All right, Counselor Bothwell.
Thank you again, Mayor. Again, this is to provide clarity on the recommendation that we passed at the last meeting, which was to, as you can see it in the motion, that the boundary only include the area south. What it didn't do was give clear direction to the region that the recommendation to include the north should not be included. And this provides that clear direction also and also directs staff, which we need to do through a motion to ensure that the region is informed. There was from that motion, there was no indication that the planning staff would communicate council's intent to remove the north portion. And this is to clarify that very clearly and send that a strong message to the region that we do not want those lands removed. It's unfortunate that the correspondence that we received on the settlement area boundary expansion, which has been going on for over 2 years now, just came to us early September. And these discussions about settlement area boundary review have been done between our planning staff in the region for quite some time now. So I think had we been advised and provided a heads up that these properties were going to be included a few months in advance, we would definitely have had a better opportunity to provide the region with the response in a timely manner, which they sent it out to the public. You had to basically participate in their PIC meetings, which I did to all of them, or most of them. And on their PIC meetings, they had till July 28th, I think, for the public to respond. And the last date for comments on the mapping tool for the settlement area boundary was October 1st. And I only found out accidentally when I went to go look at the map on Friday when this correspondence was posted. And I recognized that there was nothing submitted from the town of Grimsby, nothing. So I thought, there's nothing saying what the recommendations were or not. And these were put forward by the region. So we have to, as a town, make clarity and provide clarity to the region. And that's what this motion is doing. Thank you.
Councillor Frake.
Yeah, I concur with Councillor Bothwell. We do not want this piece of property, it's on the corner of on the north corner of, I think, Kelson, and it borders 50 Point Conservation Area. And that piece of property needs to be protected, and it should not be considered whatsoever for anything else. If it goes to the region with some type of consideration, we will probably lose that. And it is time sensitive, so I understand where Councillor Bothwell is coming from. So we need to ensure that it does not happen. And we know what happened with Livingston Extension and the woodlot. It wasn't acted on, and it wasn't acted on timely. And we know the story behind that and the history behind it. So I would like this not to be considered in any way, shape, or form by the region. So let's take it out.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I am in agreement with the lands, but I want to hear from staff. If Walter could speak to this, I'd really appreciate that, Mayor Jordan. Thank you.
Walter?
Thank you through you, Mayor Jordan. We had a debrief with regional staff today, actually, and they're well aware of the previous resolution that was passed by council. And they intend to incorporate that resolution into their report in the future. The resolution that's being proposed now, although it technically describes the three properties that are intended to be described. It doesn't describe them very well to the average person, but it'll achieve the same goal. I believe regional staff is knowledgeable of council's intent based on the last resolution that was passed. That's the impression that I got from discussions with them today.
Thank you, Walter. And I just want.
Thank you.
Well,
go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I would still like to support this resolution, and I'm not debating it. I'm just saying that more information is better, in my opinion. Councillor Sharp.
So may I continue?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Cadwell. I didn't realize you were finished. I apologize.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So,
and I mean it.
So you had discussions today. From what you've just explained, Walter, you've had discussions with the region planning staff today.
Yes, that's correct. We got this very issue with regional planning staff that are responsible for reporting to regional council on this issue.
And from your discussion, it sounds like everything is on board and moving forward appropriately then, eh?
Well, what I do know is they do understand what council's position is regarding the lands in question.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell. Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Jordan. So with regard to that property, I know the land we're talking about is behind the houses on Kelson, kind of on the west side of Kelson Road. It's like a vacant piece of land. I think they put some corn or something on it, but I'm a little bit worried that if we say like just do nothing, or I'm worried that we will kind of take our hands off the wheel and like let go, and then I don't want to lose control. If that land's going to get developed, I mean, maybe we might like to see some low density housing, or it's just, I don't want to see it that we say like, listen, we want nothing here, and then have someone else make the decision for us. And I've spoken to some of the residents that live there. We talked a little bit about what if it was designated for low density residential, and I know we had a report from the region, or from our staff that came from the region, about our growth targets, and we do have like 150 single detached homes we have to build, and there's 300 townhouses or something. Like, this is our minimum targets, I think out to 2030 or 2050 or something, but there's not a lot of space left for building these low density neighborhoods. And so if the region is deciding like, okay, well, let's focus the low density there, it's the lesser of two evils, and it might not be the worst. And from talking to some of the residents there, I think their preference would be to keep it just a cornfield, but or add it to the 50 Point land. But the 50 Point is kind of Hamilton Wentworth conservation area, and so there's a bit of confusion there. Anyways, I don't want to get off topic. The by just kind of handing it over, like, we might just give it to someone else to decide. And I know I did talk to some of the residents, and they did express that low density single detached homes would be their choice if it was developed. And maybe they won't develop it, or maybe they will. And then if we kind of wash our hands of it, how will we take accountability for what is planned there? And if something's planned there, will we take accountability? The Ford, or will we just say we asked for nothing and we got this? So I don't want to put anybody in the driver's seat and blame, but there's an argument to say that, like, we could direct the path or try to, and And I know that if it becomes something that we don't want, I don't want to have to say that I didn't do anything to try and make it what we do want. Anyways, thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you. Quickly, we can direct the path. It's currently zoned rural. There's a few uses that are permitted for it. I mean, there's potential property severance that's possible, I guess, for large parcels. Protecting it is what we can do. We can protect it next to the specialty crop, the natural heritage system, environmental protection area, the significant woodlot, the 50-point conservation area, the lake, the natural hazard lands. We can protect it as long as we can as rural within our zoning bylaw and our official plan with the designation which it currently has, and leave it that way until, this is a municipal comprehensive review the region's doing. When the Greenbelt review comes, whatever, there'll be another opportunity that they can look at this again. They can look at this again when, there can always be outside an MCR, a specific request. It's rare, but there's no reason we have to move on this. There's no reason we have to change the designation. It can happily stay rural. It can happily stay a nice buffer zone between the lake and all the intensification that's happening down by Grimsby on the lake. It's a piece of oasis for the people and the community that likes to use Kelson and go down to the beach, and we can protect the natural habitat that we have for the wildlife that we have in that area. We had a great presentation on that. So no, there isn't a risk now that someone's going to jump in and change the zoning. It's zoned rural. So by making it settlement area boundary expansion, yeah, the zoning can change to anything. And why would we do that? Why would we expand it into the urban boundary if we can leave it as rural? So thanks.
Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. But by asking them to not expand the urban boundary doesn't mean that they won't expand the urban boundary. So if they're going to expand the urban boundary, which is possible, then we could take the wheel and we could try to direct them into what I know. I talked to some of the residents and they said, if we have to have something, they want to see low density. And so just to say that we'll say no might not be enough. If saying, I don't want to argue about this. There might be we have to take accountability. So if we say no to this right now, then I want to have on the record, I mean, what time is it? It's 10:09 and the meeting started at, I'll figure it out later, but we can go back and we can look to see. And then the point of accountability is like taking responsibility for the things we do. So if we say no and it happens anyways, then we have to admit that we could have asked them to do it, but do it differently, and we didn't. So let's just leave it at that. We may not agree, and that's okay. But I'd like to see, if they expand there, that they do it in low density. And I'm not sure that's what we're saying to them. And so maybe if we could, I mean, maybe they're watching this video, but if they are going to expand that and include that, I'd like to see it low density. I don't want to see another fifth wheel there. I don't want to see, and I worry that by not directing it, that we might let someone else make that decision for us. And we're the people that represent those residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. I said it last council meeting, I'll never support urban sprawl. Councillor Frake.
Exactly my sentiments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no way that the region can take that away from us. I think we just need to go ahead with, I'd like to call a question on this, by the way. I think we've had enough debate on this. I think it's pretty obvious what we're trying to do. So I'd like to call the question, if that's okay.
Yeah, I don't think Councillor Ritchie has had the opportunity to speak, so I think we should allow him.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So again, I'm not really, I really would appreciate to actually see this motion and have time to understand it. But listening to staff, it basically is just reiterating what we've already asked, what we've already put forward. So so I'm taking staff's word for it that we've already asked for this, and that's been articulated. So without seeing what I'm voting on, I can't support this at this time. But I did support last week's or before, and that has been relayed to the region, and I think that's sufficient. Thank you.
Well, seeing no further speakers, I'm quite happy to support this motion because I'd rather have more information given to the region than less. Certainly a direction from council. It doesn't hurt if they hear it twice. Moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Whereas Council for the Town of Grimsby duly approved Resolution CW 21-287, moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report PA 21-39, updated on Niagara Region official plan and Grimsby official plan revision dated September 27, 2021 be received. The region requested to consider expansion of the settlement area boundary in the area south of the QE along Kelson Avenue. Whereas the approved resolution removed from the recommendation in the report the parcels north of the QE along Kelson Avenue. Therefore, be it resolved that the Town of Grimsby does not support a settlement area boundary expansion for the Kelson Avenue North rural parcels identified as follows: Sabre ID 1067, Sabre ID 1006, and further council requests that the region remove Sabre IDs 1067 and 1006 and the lands contained therein from any further consideration, and this be communicated to the region, the PEDC chair, Diana Hewson, and all local municipalities within the region. Recorded vote.
Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, we have one further motion moved by Councillor Bothwell, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the correspondence under administration and finance pertaining to Niagara Regional Correspondence consultation response and further policy development on Niagara Regional Official Plan PDS 36-2021 be received. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell,
Yes.
Councillor Frake,
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie,
No.
Councillor Sharp,
Yes.
Councillor Vane,
No.
Councillor Vardy,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That's carried.
Next meeting of Committee of the Whole is scheduled for October 18th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. Meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.